Here.
Yo, what is going on, Realm? I see y'all in there. Gerald Mack, yo, salute. I see the video. What's going on? Oh, Mahmoud, what's going on? LordCognito.net. What's up? Hustle and motivate. Let me know how I'm sounding out here, how the levels is doing. Talk to me right quick. You know what I'm saying? Game plot. Oh, Sith Lord, $2 super chat. ILP and the Daytona 500. Best Sunday ever. Okay, you going around the laps. I see you, Gaming Fire. What's going on? What's going on? Yo, Pragmatic Eagle, what up? We got the legendary AerialKnight already here. Oh, my man, Black Conflict X is in here. You know how I get when I see that name. Salute. Hollywood Rules. What's going on? I'm sounding good. Let's get AerialKnight to just do a mic check right quick. Just right quick for the people.
Yo, what's good? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That's always on time. I'm like,
no, you good. You ain't on CPT. We like that.
Right.
What I would say is when I'm mute, I'll tell you to do it like one more adjustment. We're good. Attic, you still there? If we talk to the people?
Yeah, I'm here.
No doubt. One more time. Let's see your level.
Hello.
There you go. All right, cool. Thank you, sir. Hustle and motivate. Yeah, we're going to get everybody in the realm. Scrub Nurse, what's up? The Dusty One, what up? Fatigue, what's going on? Yeah, my man K coming up soon. Oh, wow. Who's this? KO3, Black Truth, $10 super chat. Get Hargeet as a guest ASAP. I didn't know Hargeet does a podcast. That's what's up. K Asante, what's going on? Lydian Master, what's going on? Talk to me. Big show today. ILP always on Sunday. You already know. So look, we're gonna mute. We're gonna get King in here because he's about to hit us with that content strike with the music, and we be right back. I'm gonna talk to you.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick of
keep
this.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick
keep
of
that,
this.
keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick
keep
of
that,
this.
keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do it. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
I sent them all a message.
Mike's
to
hot.
answers first.
No doubt, no doubt. And we are live. I see levels, so I'm hoping the audio is fine. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 245. And it's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our returning guest, and we've got the update to AerialKnightNeverYield. HorizonForbiddenWest impressions, EA amidst Battlefield's failed expectations, and a rumored Street Fighter 6 to discuss, so we gonna get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose creation of a stylish narrative runner with anime sensibilities and the most absolute banging beats has recently breathed life back into the video game culture. Introducing the independent game developer and creator of the AerialKnightNeverYield franchise. ILP's future class in game dev, creator of our favorite anime Axel Foley, who inspires us all to never yield to obstacles put in our path. Live from Motor City, Detroit, and making his successful return into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord AerialKnight, a.k.a. Neil Jones. How we doing, sir?
Yo. Hey, what's up?
Yo, what's going on? What's going on, brother? How you feel, man? A lot going on in your world. What's been going on? How you feel?
Intros, though, man.
I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
I told you last time. I just gotta come on here every time I'm down.
Just to get some new bars. You're a lot of what you do, brother. What you besides AerialKnight and all stuff we'll get into? What have you been playing, sir?
Oh, I've been playing a lot. I've been trying to catch up. Making game pretty much take all your time. So I've been playing a lot of indie games. I've been playing just like a lot of shorter games.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff that I missed out on with PlayStation Plus and Games Gold and all that stuff. But like right this second, I played that roller coaster. Planet,
yes.
and I started like 2 days ago. Lost Judgment.
Oh, okay. Lost Judgment. Yeah. They saying They saying you're a little low again. Just turn up a little bit if you can on your mic.
I got you.
Yeah. They want to hear it. They want to hear your man. Cause Kazuichi's out there. I see you. So that's been it as far as that. As far as any other little games you got a chance to stuck in, or just been it's busy that you can only probably get those in right now.
Yeah, just a bunch of indie games. Too many to name, but whatever indie game you done saw, that's pretty much the one I've been trying to play.
No doubt. You already know. And we're supposed to have the 4 horsemen of gaming, but one of them, we don't know where he is. Nah, I was supposed to get. He should be joining in progress. So don't worry. Somebody say, "Yo, did Jack put King on the bench after last week?" Nah. What y'all did with him was foul. I saw that Titanic meme. Y'all had me and Saul put him in the. That was wild. I got to salute because y'all did. Yeah.
King's in the bottom of the ocean. That's where he is.
Yeah. They was playing the violins. They did the Titanic, and it was perfect timing how they did it. Yo, y'all was fine. Y'all cut that up real quick. But
that was really quick. You guys are special.
Yeah. They was on it with that one. But anyway, I got my co-host, the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict of the Attic Show. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good, man. I've been playing Destiny all week trying to catch up. And I could safely, I feel comfortable. I got maybe 1 or 2 more things I got to do before I feel that I need before I go into this expansion. But I'm hyped, man. I'm hyped for this Witch Queen. I need this. I need this in my life. Unfortunately, between me and Witch Queen is the dentist appointment, so that's horrible. But you know, after that, we good, man. We more than good.
Got all these.
Except for that Tuesday launch that I'll probably have to wait 3 hours before I could actually get on Destiny. But besides that, we good, man. And plus, I watched Uncharted, the Uncharted movie. That was a pretty good movie.
Early, you know, impressions. Are we doing? Well, how we doing?
If you really enjoy the games, I can understand why you would feel away about this. But it's like I said yesterday when I was talking to Cog. Like, if I wanted to watch the story of Uncharted 4, 1, 2, and 3, I would go play Uncharted 4, 1, 2, and 3. I don't need the exact same story, because then I feel like, what's the point in going and watching it if you know the beginning, middle, and end? So I felt like as its own standalone, it's good. But I understand, you know, they did mess up some things and they used certain material from the games, which you've seen in the trailers. But it's just like they did that because it was fan selective. They wanted to do that for you guys, not for you to complain on Twitter. Like,
no doubt. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patreon of the Iron Bank, my man, Lord Sovereign. How we doing, sir?
I'm in the bushes, but I'm
good. Why you in the bushes though? What's going on?
My eyes hurt. I need to shave. I need to sleep. I need everything. So you know, I'm here though. I'm good.
We respect it. We respect it. Yeah, man. Everybody not feeling well.
Yeah, man. No, but I've been fine. But just this, you know, a little while ago, I was like, oh my God, why are my eyes on fire? What did I do?
Yeah, gotta probably rest, man. You know how it is. I'm hurting too.
Yeah, bro. It is. Man. It is rest. So. But yeah, I played about, I would say, 7 or 8 hours of Uncharted. I'm not Uncharted, excuse me, of Horizon Forbidden West. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. A lot of you saw me document the horrors that were the MLB The Show 22 tech test on the Nintendo Switch.
I saw them frames, bro.
Did you partake?
I did not partake.
Oh, brother. Good for you.
I saw enough. I'm gonna wait for them to work out the kinks. I don't want to. What's the Godfather scene? Look how they massacred my boy. Like,
look how they massacred my boy.
We not doing that.
Yeah, you know, again, I did see some improvement during the course of the tech test, the first test, so maybe they're tweaking stuff. And I just, if it's a solid 30 by the time it comes out, I'll still consider it. But at this point, if this is the product that we're getting in a month and change, 2 months, nah,
not so much.
Not so much. So beyond that, I've been again pecking away at Sifu. The thing about Sifu is if you don't stay consistent and play during the week, which I can't, you gotta just remember your skills when you come back to it. Like, get thrashed. So I'm still in that third stage, but still having fun with Sifu. I think it's a fantastic game. And then I had my nephew overnight last night, and remember Snipper Clips?
Yes, that
was a launch game.
Launch game on Switch. Yes.
I bought it at launch, not realizing I really needed someone to play with, and so I never got around to playing it. So he's been sitting there. I'm like, oh, let's play this, right? So he's 9 finally, so he could follow instructions and stuff. So we were having a good time for a while, but then he has like ADD. So he after 10 minutes, all he was doing was cutting me up and not wanting to do the objectives. But the game is fun, man.
That game is really fun.
Really, really fun.
You got to do the shapes and you got to work together and form the stuff they want you to do. Yeah, it's really fun.
So it might take me 2 years to finish it with him, but you would go for that.
They got the 4-player mode too.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. That's crazy. Cool. So that's it. That's pretty much it.
No doubt. And of course, we usually have the Combat Talk King, the prophet of Xbox, but sadly, Lord King has called out today. He's not feeling well. He's really not feeling well.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. He's not feeling well. We'll definitely rough. It's like no. I know the man got to rest some time too. He's not. We told him to shut it down, so he's not doing good. But still got the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, Lord King, Lord Cognito. I know. I'm speaking on his behalf. Spread the realness to the realm of the ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Yo, shout shout out to my man Matty Plays, latest to find a Duke, breaking down that platinum game situation. Also, they be clowning Matty. They're trying to come for the fashion. They're trying to come for his fashion, so that was absolutely hilarious. Check him out; he's doing his thing. And then, of course, we got the Patreon, and we have the Game of Thrones edition, kind of like the White Walkers. Who's next on the out front as far as competition for Xbox that most people are not probably taking seriously? So check that out. You know, the Amazons, the Googles, you know what I'm saying, all that stuff. So check that out. And then last word with Ebontis and Thai guy Travis, we had the legendary 4-Out Plays. Yo, check that out. We get the Witch Queen hype going. You know what I'm saying? Talking about the Gambit changes and all that. And of course, you want to check that out. That is up on ILP, the Last Words playlist. But for me personally, it's been Destiny. I'm just like Addict. I'm getting in my bag. I've been getting all my exotics, everything I need, all my God roll legendary. So whatever Bungie want to do with the sandbox, I'm ready. I'm trying to get raid ready, and the grind is gonna begin.
So question, when y'all jump into this, because my impression is when you guys get a big expansion, like a lot of stuff kind of gets overwritten right when it starts, and they're gonna have their own weapons and stuff like that. So is all this stuff you're getting gonna matter?
Yes. So but caveat, what they're doing is they're introducing crafting, and crafting is cool. But then a lot of these crafted weapons are gonna be able to have extra traits that based on the activities that you play and stuff like that, that will give them bonuses that will make them eventually superior than your current stuff once you craft out and do it. You know how Destiny do. It's sunsetting without sunsetting.
Right. So crafting, when you say crafting, because the last time I played Destiny, it was that you could feed lesser guns into better guns to improve those guns, right? Yes. Is that still a thing in Destiny?
Yeah, that's just infusion. Infusion has to get your light level up. But what they're gonna, that will always be a mainstay. But crafting is like going to a specific thing, you get a crafted weapon, and then basically they want you almost D1 style, but not as grindy, where they want you to use the weapon and get kills in specific activity to unlock perks, and then you can kind of get customized it into your kind of format, the perks or roles that you like based on what you receive. So there's a little bit of RNG with the crafting, but it's really cool. So that, obviously, Seafood been trying to rock that. And Demio, man. Demio, I was talking with Neil earlier, and, we had Addict on last night. Shout out to Jansen. Shout out to Petey. He streamed it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Petey, Snaldo TV. We was rocking out, and we got to like the second level. We was getting handled in the first dungeon. Like when you got new people that's Demio that don't know what they doing, and it's like, bro, like you should have went invisible. Yo, Mage, what's up? Why you not doing your we had?
That's gonna be me this week. I'm gonna get cursed out a few times.
Like the mistake we made is bringing 2 new people, because normally the first level is kind of the cake where you just kind of get used to stuff, and the second level is to turn up. The first level, like, we was getting handled, dude. I was like, oh man, this is looking spooky. And then Addict's headset went out, and then we was just like, all right, we'll call it a night after the first level of the dungeon. But that was that. Salute to everybody though.
Yeah,
it's mad
let me
fun.
Forewarn you that I'm gonna get cursed out this week.
Yeah, we're gonna have to run 2 teams. We usually run in like the double team situation, so because so many people want to play, you're gonna run 4. But check that out, and we got some stuff special coming up with Demio on ILP. So check that out. So I want to get the super chats before we get into this.
Yeah, let's get this. All right, so we got Sith Lord with the $2 super chat. ILP in the Daytona 500, best Sunday ever. Daytona 500. Wow, I haven't watched the Daytona 500 in years. KO3 Black Truth, $10 super chat. Get Hargeet as a guest ASAP. Hargeet Chanino. Then we have Don Otaku, $5 super chat. Played the Switchboards beta, and the bowling battle royale was such a good idea. Tennis and Chambara were also fun playing online, no issues. Yeah, that is the beta I should have played. Thank you, sir. Then we have Tazoichi, $10 super chat. Realm Unite, please go to this week's episode of Defining Duke. Get it to 1,000 likes and share so that Lord Cog and Mr. Matty have to try a peanut butter and onion sandwich. Hashtag for the ref.
Yo, Tazoichi, you need to stop. First of all, you're listening to the show, which is good, but I don't like that you listen to the show. But here's the thing. I blame Jez. He started this whole onion sandwich British culture at the bar thing, and then they like, then people like, yo, that's lit. We know about that. And I'm like, fam, who raised you? Like, who's eating onion sandwiches?
See, I'm not going out of my way to do it. Like for me, like let's say I have like a steak sandwich
Mm-hmm.
with like caramelized onions on it, whatever, and then some of the onions fall off or whatever, or I finish off the
Yeah.
steak and I still have bread. Like the caramelized onions on that toasted bread. That's a thing. I'm not gonna go out of my way to make that,
Bro.
But if the situation arises organically, like for sure, I'm gonna do that.
But what's getting me mad, like you talking about it in an accessory sense. They're talking about like that's the main course. Like you go slap the onion on and be like, yeah, this is how it's going down tonight. Like, and then who's talking to you after that? Who's talking?
Yeah.
Who is dealing with
Nobody.
you in your life that's after them
Nobody.
sandwiches? And then they talking peanut butter. Nah, they wildin', they wild. But anyway.
The peanut butter has to be. They have to be jiving you with. The
No,
peanut butter. That's
apparently. Well, I don't know about the peanut butter part. You're right. I don't know about the, but apparently there's like combos with this sandwich. There's like, it's a thing. It's a thing. Apparently, shout out to European culture, man. Yeah, I don't know who raised y'all, but salute to y'all. What
Then
else
we
got?
have Butterball, $2 super chat. Ordered the TCL TV that I will name after King. I'm sure he appreciates that.
Times we just said, nah, fam, you got to do it because you said, yeah, we did say if we get 1,000 likes on that joint, we'll eat.
That's gonna be painful. I don't know. I mean, a regular onion sandwich, okay, but
even that is nasty. Oh man,
we have Drunken Ninja member for 19 months. Shout out to you, sir. Good morning, Lords. It's a glorious Sunday as your boy is officially a Series X owner, no doubt. Congrats, sir.
No doubt.
For the low, thank you, GameStop. Let's get this work today, y'all. No doubt. Thank GameStop coming through.
Through hot. That. No doubt.
And we have Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. Salute to the Lords. Hashtag PlayStation is a monopoly. Hashtag where is Spartacus? Hashtag Remedy makes crack games now.
Oh, wow.
Hashtag Horizon falls only at an 88 meta. Hashtag Pony Vision kills brain cells.
Oh, here we go.
Dang,
here we
what's
go.
up with all this hate?
There's a lot of hate.
Lot of hate. Par for the course. You forgot, bro.
As soon as the new release come out for something, you know how this go.
That was that was just aggressive. You know?
Very aggressive. Right?
Very aggressive. Very aggressive.
Then we have Scrub Nurse. Shout out to you. So I haven't seen you for a minute. Member for 21 months. Thank you. Shout out to the Lords in chat. Much respect for you guys. Keep up the great work. Like and subscribe to the great group, bringing it each Sunday. Thank you, sir. Then we have Flame, member for 17 months. Dawn of the second day, 48 hours remain for Witch Queen. I blame Halo. Have a good show. Everybody blames Halo for their either successes or failures, I guess. Okay, let me run back a little bit. Then we have Necromancer Zale, member for 4 months. Dying Light 2 is fun, playing Cyberpunk 2077 with the new update, and have Elden Ring and the Witch Queen pre-ordered. So much to do and no time to do it. Yeah, for sure. That is for sure. Now we have Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. King got sick playing too much Skyward Sword.
He'd be tight if you hear that.
Yeah, get your shots in.
Get him down. Week. Get him down. Yeah, he ain't here to defend himself.
Then we got Clutch Man, $5 super chat. Got my all natty white tea. My friend asked, "What does that mean?" I said, "You gotta watch the show." It's like a members only jacket. Like only you understand.
Select few. You know what I'm saying?
Then we got Stitch, $2 super chat. I need that link, Cog, eating peanut butter and onion. Oh, Jesus.
You wildin'.
All right, we're caught up. We're good.
All right, we caught up. We got a lot of new people joining the realm. Salute, Big Man Mo and all that. Also, Kid Smooth, the Best Buy. What's going on? I see you snuck through the back door. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, sir? How you doing?
Smooth, what up, brother?
I'm good. What's up? How you guys doing? Thanks to Attic for the. Hopefully gave y'all a warning. I ain't crashed.
No, you good. You fan. Nah, we already know the king is down. You know, sometimes you got to call up a reinforcement sometimes.
Exactly.
Yeah, I told
AerialKnights
Cog.
again.
I told Cog I was sending out multiple messages.
Yeah, we got a few. We got a few.
First gets it.
We got a few. It's all good. We got stuff coming. But how you been, Smooth?
Sorry.
Nah, you good. I was just gonna say how you been though, just in general.
Oh, yeah, I've been all right. Playing Horizon Forbidden West, a little bit of Dying Light 2.
No doubt.
And I'm probably I still find Halo pretty fun, so I'm trying to complete the battle pass there. But
no doubt.
I don't know, but keeping it light.
No doubt. Salute. So anything else we gotta clean up before
we
go?
got Big Mad Mode. Member for 21. Shout out to the Lords and Mr. Knight. No doubt. Thank you, sir.
Yo, it's good. Thanks.
No doubt. So you already know. Let's get into this. Now we got to what the Lords have been playing. We got to focus back on Lord AerialKnight. We already did his video game system history and his journey as a professor in 3D art way back, ILP 181. So go catch that. That's in the ILP exclusive interview section on the playlist. But enough all that. You know we here for that main event and all that goodness of what we here. So like the great Rick Rude says, hit the music.
Hit that music.
We back on the scene, like they never seen before. I'm coming clean 16s when I go for broke. 16 like the ceiling gon' overload. Trying to get by me, don't know the code. I'm in a whole nother league, thought I told you so. Go for gold, every time I'm on the track. No rear view mirror, so I can't look back. I will not lose. Detonate every time I blow the fuse. Never running out of soul, no shoes. Intact, the fact is I pay my dues. Came to collect, pay your respect. Made for the crown, they came for the check. Come correct whenever you see me. Tell me what's next and that's where I'll be. We back at it.
Woo, my boy back. My boy's back. Let's get it. The AerialKnight bars is back. The flow is back. It's good to see you, man. So let's get into it, man. You know, got this new update, you know, for the AerialKnights Never Yield. So talk to the people. What was your mindset behind releasing the new update? The update.
Yeah, man. I was tired of getting yelled at. I was reading people's feedback and stuff like that, and you know, kind of made the game blind. You know, I don't have a studio, a bunch of testers and whatnot. So a lot of this was like kind of just me, kind of just making stuff, trying to predict what people are like, just making the game for me, really. So took a lot of the feedback, a lot of the comments, and try to make those adjustments and, you know, add in what, you know, the people kind of asked for.
No doubt. So taking the feedback directly, man, that's so cool. So again, we got the bonus levels.
And a lot of people won't do that.
That's a fact.
You know, it is one of those things where it's like you realize that obviously some of these people, they don't need to be given criticism, but there's a lot of people that generally want a game to be better, and it's up to the developer to take that as, you know, not an attack on them or their game, an attack to make the game better. And a lot of people don't do that. Like,
no, it's a fact.
Respect to you.
And a lot of people, you know, is charging. So let's be clear. Like, you know, again, free update. So we got leaderboards, we got UI, so a lot of this, again, just for clarity, stuff that was kind of on the cutting room floor and stuff that, or just like kind of looking at the streamers and looking at the feedback and saying, okay, you know what, I could tighten this up. Because you even added like more story stuff. Like, talk to me, AerialKnight, what's going on here?
Yeah, the ending got rushed. I know that. I was doing it myself. I liked it. It was a little bit vague. It was like mysterious, but people wasn't really feeling it. So brand new ending, but there was new bonus levels, new music, endless mode, leaderboards. There's a mobile version coming real soon. Change the UI altogether. You know, you can see the, you know, intro logo. New graphics updates. You know, I redid the graphics for like 3 levels. Just kind of redid it completely. Like story tweaks. You know, you'll see a bunch of new cutscenes. I made adjustments to the levels. You know, just kind of watching people play it on Twitch and whatnot. I could see where people got hung up on like 1 or 2 obstacles, so I kind of just took those out and made adjustments. I fixed that trophy that everybody was having trouble with.
It was coming for you. It was coming for you. No trophy.
Hey, it's a hard thing to fix. People don't understand.
So people don't understand the game. With achievements and trophies, it's not as easy as people think.
Yeah, man.
Oh no, it's just a button click.
All he had to do was flip the switch. I don't know what was taking so long.
Just a button click, man. I could do it. Where's the button? I'll push it for you. Like, I don't get people.
Go ahead,
the achievement hunters, they came from my neck real hard.
Oh, quick. You know how that goes.
I spent 2 hours playing this game. Where's my platinum?
Woo. I feel that, but you know, look at.
I'm still. Like we ever since the game released, we've been like trying to, and I told you how I was struggling for that last achievement, the last 2 achievements.
Oh, kid is guilty.
I'm guilty, like, you know what I mean. But I don't mind revisiting the game because that you said you updated cutscenes, music, the ending, and then you fix it. So I haven't. I mean, the game is, it's not like,
like 20
hard to
hours,
play. Like, you can do both. So I don't mind. Yeah, I was like, I'll run through that game, because the thing is, I ain't gonna lie. I told you this after you released the game. After I got through the game and I was trying to get the rest of the achievements, when all fails, I just went to my favorite level that had like I think it was level 7 with that. I don't know,
the van.
Yeah, the beat and everything. And I just kept playing that because it's just like I like this level. So I would play that literally on repeat when I was like, all right, I feel like playing Aerial Knights. But the thing is that once you've done everything, well, now I have a reason to actually go and actually start to finish it.
Yeah.
But before it's like, all right, once you did the replay, it's like, all right, well, I'm gonna either do like a trials or just replay my favorite level. Now the game was built so it was fairly easy to get back into it and do whatever you want. Like where you could just go back to any stage that we've done in the past. So it's just crazy to hear the level of detail of what you've done since listening to feedback and going back and just going over and beyond. Because some of this stuff, people are like, all right, this patch is fixed. All right, you're gonna get that. But like, you literally went in and like, oh, okay. Let me go install this game right now. But
what I want to point out too, kid, is like certain things is one thing, but like Eric, you went back and changed the ending, something that you liked. Like
I respect
people don't realize, like, to an artist, changing something for his fans that he liked is a big thing. Like,
yeah, it's way better now. It's still, a little bit mysterious. It is what it is. I was trying to make more of a chill game, something you could just play and relax, no stress. It's somebody called it a palate cleanser game, so you play it in between your 200-hour games. And I was like, hey, that's perfect. Especially with it being on Games with Gold. If you get it for free, you kind of just pick it up and you just play it over Sunday afternoon.
Oh yeah,
chill.
You ain't playing it through the Lord's Day, but you're playing later on after Sunday. I'm just joking. But that's real talk, though. I mean, we'll get into the Games with Gold stuff a little later, but I definitely want to salute you again for going back in there. For me, playing it, no doubt, bro. Playing it now. Why I appreciate it is because, I never really played runners, to be honest with you. And playing yours gave me an appreciation of it. And again, it's just like the palette cleanse. And I like that you added stuff in the background and the foreground. It almost gave me inside vibes, because like there's parts when you're going through the office and you're seeing people, like he's going through stuff, he's trying to get away, but it's like that ambient stuff. And I love stuff like that. I'm gonna give it to you in a minute. And it's like the surveillance and all of that. You added foliage, the incline, decline stuff, the sprint, like little nuances that I'm like, yo, I'm feeling it. You know what I'm saying, kind of thing. But guys, so I was about to jump in.
No, to me, the great thing about the game was that, despite it being a runner and the premise of the game to be to sort of get from point A to B, jumping through obstacles, whatever, the story being told is unlike any other runner. Like it is a real story and a narrative throughout.
Yes.
Where, a lot of runners, you play them on your phone or whatever. That's not the conceit of that game. This game, you took a genre where it's like you said, it can be very chill and tried to add more to it. And I think beyond that, like the music makes it. It makes it just as much of a rhythm game as a runner. Like it's both. And again, when you look at other games of this ilk, it's either, something on your phone or whatever designed to extract money from you or whatever. This is not that. Like to me, I don't think you got enough credit for making this type of game in a way that it makes it truly feel like a console game, right? In a way that I don't know that anybody ever really looked at a runner like that. Like, how do I make this appeal on a story level, on a character level, on a style level, and the music? Oh my god!
Oh, the music is ridiculous. The music is a character, and I'll give it back to
itself.
Yeah, because the thing about it is, let's be real, and Kid, you can probably attest to it too. It's like when a lot of video games just don't have hip hop culture or just those beats. So when you finally get, again, the protagonist that kind of look like you feel connected to it already, then you have this beat, and it's like when the beats are knocking and you have the sensibilities to you, it'll make you invest more. You like, oh nah, I gotta, this the part when it, you know what I'm saying? And then I want to give you a credit. You only did it a couple times, but I actually liked when you attempted to do boss battles in the game. Because now it's like, okay, now we're going to switch to the perspective. The missiles are coming at me. I'm hopping. I'm doing and stuff like that. And it feels like a lane. I was going to ask you, like, I feel like you're kind of creating a new subgenre within the genre, which is a narrative runner. Like you're trying to express and tell stuff, and you know what I'm saying. Like I'm excited about it, but I wanted to get your thought process on that aspect with those changes, the boss battles, the narrative aspect, and the music.
Yeah, man, y'all hitting the nail on the head. So pretty much, for me, runners super boring. You know, they've been done. You know, you go and play it for like so long before you get kind of tired of it. And that's kind of why I try to do that. So if you don't like runners, if you purely hate runners, then you know this ain't really for you. This is more for the people who ain't never played runners before, or just like kind of always was intimidated by them, to just kind of like, you know, bring them into that, to kind of give them that experience. Because I don't want to make another shooter. I don't want to make, you know, one of those like Pixar RPG things. Those are cool, but everybody makes those.
I feel that.
So I kind of wanted to take a genre that nobody was doing anything with and just kind of bring it back, do something different with it, put my own spin on it, and see how people liked it. And with the boss battles, like I said, I was kind of doing this blind. I don't have a studio or anybody to like kind of like test a bunch. I put a couple boss battles in there just to see if people liked them. And if people didn't like them, then you know, then they didn't have to do them too much. But you know, now I know that people like those kind of things. So when a white person comes and makes this game, there's going to be a bunch of boss battles in there.
Listen, my boy Addict, we like boss, but Addict, talk to him. We love them boss battles. You muted, Addict. You muted.
He's not muted. He's
Sorry about that.
Oh, you go. Oh, you talking. No, I'm saying we like them boss battles though, right, Addict?
Yeah, I enjoy boss battles. You know, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, guys.
No,
I'm having some family stuff.
No, go ahead. Handle your business. We got you. So look, yo, the thing I like, again, we talked about that stuff. Also we talked about the marriage of the music, right? So let's get into the music part. Like, you know, is your man Austin A back on the lyrics? Is that him again? It was because
for the trailer, that trailer, like it was stuck in my head. I wanted it real specific. I told him where to put that gap. Like it was all planned out before the update even came out. But you know, Dan came back and did a mix for the endless mode. Austin came back and did the trailer for me. And like what people don't really kind of know is about the game, because they kind of like just look at the surface level, which is cool. I do the same thing. But the ending of the game, those lyrics is literally what the characters' point of views are. The trailer that just came out literally tells you the ending of the game in the trailer. People don't listen to it. People don't listen to rap. They just kind of like listen to the beat. So we like all the lyrics, everything that's in the game matters. Like the people in the background, where you're running through, like all that stuff. But you can look at it really surface level and just kind of play it that way too.
And I think that's what's important too. Like you as a creator, right? You want everybody to be able to experience kind of and get the stories that you want to tell out of it. But at the same time, the fact that it can appeal to so many people on those levels where, like, again, my nephew looks at it, he's like, oh, this is cool. Like, I'm moving to it. He doesn't care what the lyrics say, because he just does it. He won't listen to it. But again, the movement and just the beat itself brings him in. So, I mean, and that's a special thing as well. Like, even if that isn't your intent, the fact that it can appeal to so many people on so many levels, I think in the long term, it's gonna make it that much more appealing to that many people.
It's the kids for real though. Like
really,
really my long term isn't the people playing it right now. It's like little kids. They love this game. And then when they come up playing it, they gonna play it again and say, "Oh, I didn't notice that. I didn't notice this," because you know it's really accessible for them. You don't have to memorize a bunch of buttons. It's like, you know, it's cool. So you know, that's kind of my long term is like if they're interested in it, you know, when they come up, they'll be like, "Hey, I want to make a runner. I want to, you know, play this again or something like that." That's where the hope is.
I showed it to my nephew, and he was like, because he has on his tablet, he has Temple Run, and he has whatever that Christmas runner is, a Santa something or whatever. They're all Temple Run clones. I showed him your game. He was like, "Wow, wait a minute. So you're going sideways mostly. You're not going towards the screen." So he was like, "Okay, that's cool." And it was just like, and again, he's not, you know, he's rhythm deficient. Let's admit it. Yo.
That's me.
Call it what it is. I love him. I love him. But he was just like, he was going with it. I was like, yeah, there you go. There you go.
There you you go.
So, and no microtransactions, no
Facts.
extra purchases. You ain't got to worry about none of that.
Yup, beat the level. I saw jackets unlocked. I'm like, okay, I get my actual Foley on. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. You could have easily went that route with the cosmetics. I respect that, and you added a lot of stuff to it. And last part of the music before we move on, gotta shout you out, man, bro. The vinyl, you got the vinyl, you got it on. You got the soundtrack literally on wax. Like, talk to me about how that project and like, why was that important to you to get the soundtrack pressed up on vinyl?
I mean, it just kind of happened, really. Like that first trailer came out like a year and a half ago. People hit me up. They was like, "Yo, let us do this for you." And I was like, "Cool." And that was pretty much it.
Wow. So they came to okay. Yeah. I'm gonna put that in the chat. I don't know if there's any available yet, chat, but y'all gotta go get that. You know what I'm saying? The music
I think
files.
Yeti. It's
Yeti.
It's the last run though. So
okay, limited edition.
If y'all want them.
Black Screen Records. I see it right there. BlackScreenRecords.com. You go get that. Go get that. You already know. So yeah, we got that. Now the thing I gotta shout you out, and a lot of the chat is already shouting you out, where I'm extremely proud of you. And it was a surprise that I watched him looking at the Xbox blog post. I said, hold up. You know what I'm saying? Month of February, and it reads, take on the role of Wally, a mysterious character always in motion as you run, jump, slide, and dash to the soundtrack of Dadame Sama, otherwise known as Dan, with the average runtime of an action movie. This is a game built for both speedrunners and casual gamers alike. So, again, salute on the Games of Gold. So, if you can explain the process of getting NeverYield on Games of Gold, and like, the joke is that Games of Gold bag lit. Continue. What you can speak on.
So Games of Gold, I appreciate everything Xbox has done. Xbox has been amazing, helping me, get the game on all the consoles, all the platforms. Wow. So I'm super grateful to be on Games with Gold. It's amazing. No doubt. But I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Well, what you trying to say is not get in trouble.
No. What was your question?
Well, the question is just like the process. Like, is it such an like, if you can, like, I was gonna say, so they came to you. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That's what's up.
So they hit me up. Hit up my publisher. It was like, yo, we want to put you on Games of Gold. I was like, cool. I ain't got no problem with that.
Wow, that's pretty awesome. And again, February, I think the timing just was dope too. Like, February obviously is Black History Month, and to see them celebrate diverse creators. And I wanted to ask you another thing about, I guess I'm hearing about it. I don't know if you could tell me more details on it, which is this Diverse Creators Fund. Is that a thing? And if so, like, what's that about?
Yeah, there's so many, not so many, but there's a couple funds out there that's supporting people of color in gaming. They helped out with me trying to get this game onto different platforms. So I tell everybody, go check them out, support them so they can support people like me who want to make these different type of games. Because I feel like everybody plays the same game. We're about to talk about Horizon. I feel like everyone just plays the same stuff. Yeah. And there's so many games that come out that we should all be playing something different, really.
Mm-hmm. No, I feel you, brother. I feel you, man. Diversity is definitely key on that stuff. And again, you talk about releasing on all major platforms, and like,
yep.
It's just you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just you. It's not like this huge, studio, this whole thing behind you. So like, how is your experience with each platform holder getting, Sony, you're on Epic Store, Nintendo, you're on Switch? I remember when we first had you back on, like, people were like, yo, where's the Switch? We don't see Switch gang. What's happening? Like, so what was your experience just getting the game out, NeverYield out on each platform?
Yeah, it's rough. I don't think I'm going to do that again. So the problem with releasing on all the platforms at once is the fact that it's really hard to test for all the platforms at once. So, for anybody looking to do that, I would say just, pick like 2, launch it on there, and then come out. Like, you can see with the update, we launched on PC and Xbox first, and then, PlayStation, another platform coming later. Gotcha. And then after that, we're going to make sure it's on mobile. But just taking your time and releasing slowly so you can kind of address any bugs as they come rather than trying to fix everything at once. It's real hectic.
No doubt. Now, I could totally understand that. And I'm sorry, Saab, you was going to jump in?
Yeah, I just want to ask a question about development in that, because I'm super ignorant to how that works. When is it something that when you go from platform to platform, it is a fairly easy conversion apart from the bug fixing and the things that are unique? So is it building it from the ground up, straight up for each platform?
So it's not building it from the ground up. Think of it like it's really hard. Trying to run a program that was built for your PC on somebody else's PC. Like, you know, it's capable of running, but you know, you don't get all these types of errors when you know you first load it in with like your drivers and all these things. So like it's like you never know what the bugs and stuff is going to be. So you kind of just like make that version of it, send it into Nintendo or whoever, and then get the feedback and say, hey, you need to fix this, or the frame rate drops here, you need to fix that because we want to run real smooth. Like the platforms are super helpful when it comes to that stuff. It's just like it's hard to predict what's going to go wrong, and it's pretty much custom to each platform right now.
Okay.
And then that's a good question.
Why do you say that? I'm sorry.
No, go
it just makes me wonder how games even release.
Yeah.
They call you and tell you, hey, the frame rate's dropping here. Like, what the?
Hey,
I mean, that treatment was overall like.
Do you feel like since you've done it one time, well, you know, if you make another game, it would be easy for you to do it again because you have a little bit more information on the matter?
He said
no, because if the game, if the game's
it's
different, the game would be different. It'd be different code, different mechanic, or whatever. With this update that I just pushed out, it would have been out 2 months ago if it wasn't for leaderboards, because all the platforms handle leaderboards differently, and it just kind of put a monkey wrench in the whole thing. But yeah, it's a per game, per build type of thing.
Gotcha.
And when they point, I don't know how Bungie pulls it off. That's
crazy. When they tell you issues, do they tell you, hey, try this to fix it, or they just point out the issue? That's it.
They point out the issue. You know, they don't have the time to kind of do play testing for me. Yeah.
Right.
So you know, that's why bugs still slip through. Right. Especially on my end with it. They you know tell me the major things that you know they having trouble with. Right. And then I try to address them.
So in reference to that, like, because again, there's so much the complexity of making a video game, and then I guess getting it to certification. So let's just say, like I said, the bugs, they're not, you know, maybe just made aware of. Okay, there's some issues with leaderboards or something like that. It comes back to you. Then, like, what's that submission process? Like the period between now you resubmit, quote unquote, fixed bug leaderboard to the point now when the game actually gets released on the platform.
It's a while. It's different. Like, again, it's different per game, per you know, update, whatever, per issue. So it could be like, you know, a couple of days. It could be like a month. You know, it's up there. That's why you got to get it right the first time, and kind of, you know, use that experience that you have to kind of know what's going to go right and what's going to go wrong.
No doubt. Shout out to Slow Mo. He said Bungie got 800 people. That's how they pull it off. My man's just one.
That's a good one.
One-stop shop, you already know. So one thing I gotta respect about you, bro, is that like just seeing someone's like seeing someone like Dream come to fruition. Like we literally had him in the realm. Was it 2 years ago, bro? Like it's like 2 joints ago.
Something crazy.
Yeah, I can't believe it's been that long. And you know, we kind of, you know, you were speaking your dream into reality. You were at the time literally saying, yo, this was my last attempt at this. You was like, I'm trying to do this, and yo, if it don't go down, it is what it is. I done did what I had to do and keep it pushing. But I love that you said, yo, this one, I'm going to do it my way. It's going to be as much hip hop. It's going to be, you know what I'm saying, for the cultures, the stuff that I love. Like, I love that you're with that approach. So my question is, like, now that you're kind of living the first step of this dream, and it's kind of well received, you know what I'm saying? You got people behind you, like,
hey, all right, you know.
But listen, I mean, for your first joint, you know, for your first real joint to the scene, like, it's a lane. And my question to you is just like, for the future, is it something now where it's okay, is more updates planned for Never Yield, or is it something like, okay, I got all the feedback, I learned, and maybe I got a sequel cooking up, or maybe you go another direct? Like, can we get the inside on the future? What's the mindset right now?
So yeah, it's, like I said last time, it's really up to the people. Like if people really feeling it and they come out you know, and support it and, you know, back it like that, you know, I don't think I have a choice but to kind of, you know, work on something addition to it. But for right now, I think, you know, Never Yield, you know, is good. I'm gonna start working on other stuff.
Okay.
Different, like I don't like making the same thing over and over again. I don't want to be the the black runner guy.
The black, you don't want me to.
Different characters, different, you know, something just like real different. So like if you feeling like if you like Never Yield a lot, you know, you might not like my next game.
Okay.
That kind of different.
Gotcha.
So, you know.
I feel you, bro. I feel you don't got to be pigeonholed. You don't got to be pigeonholed. Okay, so you're going to jump in real quick? I'll be Attic. I'm sorry. I heard Attic first.
No, go ahead, Attic. Go ahead first.
I don't really have any other questions besides the question about the development thing.
What specifically about development?
No, it was just asking, you know, what the type of experience you have could it make doing it again a little easier. That was really the only question I had.
I mean, you know, making games in general, the more you do it, the more you get used to it. And the making games is just annoying. It's like just super annoying. And once you get used to that level of annoying, you know, it gets easier.
No doubt. Savio's gonna jump in.
Yeah, one of the things I always really appreciate about you is how sort of your candor when it comes to your feelings on people of color in the games industry and kind of the treatment and and just kind of I want to get your take on the last 2 years. Obviously, people are seeing your game. You've gotten good feedback on the game. The game has been, you know, on platforms. People are talking about the game. I wonder if what has your experience been in regard to that? Have you seen things improve in the game industry in terms of taking creators of color and their works and sort of pushing it to the forefront?
Yeah. So the me saying, you know, the stuff that I'm able to say is purely because I don't like have a studio. I don't have people working for me. In which that I have to also kind of speak for them as well. Like the words that I use are strictly, you know, my words. I don't. They're not backed by, you know. There's no consequences for other people. So that's why other people in the game industry, even though they might feel the same way I feel, they might not be able to say it like how I say it. And you know, more power to them. They doing the best they can. But as far as things getting better, I think the numbers are getting better. But I mean, there's still so much stuff to do. You can see even this month, I'm like the only black game-ish coming out, even though I'm just an update. But you know, you would think there would be more black characters coming out. You can see how fans talk about Deathloop and how they talk about Miles and stuff like that, and how like kind of weird it is. And just like the fact that you don't see a lot of black game developers out there outside of February being supported and talked about.
Great point.
So when we get to the point where no one notices it anymore, when everything just seems like, oh, there's always black people in everything, then, you know, I think then things will really be better. There's a lot been said right now, but we're just kind of waiting to see if, you know, actions back that stuff up.
I mean, that's something that Cog talks about all the time, where there's some, you know, that have made real concerted efforts to understand people and cultures that they, you know, did not grow up around or understand, you know, and that's real to me, because that's one of those things like, you know, I'm not going to hold it against you that you don't know who I am or where I come from or what I've been through, because that hasn't been your life. But obviously we have to take the time out to understand one another and have those conversations and have that sort of empathy for one another. And sometimes, you know, people do it just for, like you said, February comes and goes, and, you know, some people
the hashtags are over. Hashtag Black Game Dev is over after February.
Exactly.
We don't see them no more. Okay, I got you.
Exactly. See you next year.
See you next year. See you next February.
Real quick. So there was a comment that just came in that says, just be good at your job. Being good at your job has nothing to do with it.
Facts.
Like I made Never Yield like more than half the game by myself. I've been this good, and I couldn't get a job for 10 years. I'm getting offers and stuff now, but like it has never been like this. Like we lost so many people who have been way better than me, just because they got bills to pay, they got kids, they couldn't keep trying to chase this. So I just wanted like people to keep that in mind when they think of that, to say, hey, the best people will get the jobs, and that's never been the case.
I'm glad you said that. And I think what it is, first of all, powerful point. And I think also what it is I just think, not to get preachy, but I just feel like diverse voices makes the industry better, right? Because it's like you get to see a culture or something that you may not be familiar. I don't care what culture you're from. You know what I'm saying? Like if you get to see something that's underrepresented and now it's out there, it feels brand new. It's like a spark of light. You're like, oh, okay. Because to your point, Lord AerialKnight, it's like I get tired of the samey old games all the time. Like the same template, the same kind of thing and all that other stuff. It's just like, look, at the end of the day, we got to be really cognizant of seeing other cultures, other people, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing. I don't understand why there's this vitriol, about saying it. Like, why is it a problem for saying like, yo, we like to see more of that. Hey, we like to see, we're going to talk about Horizon Forbidden West, and we like to see the representation that's in there. And when we've had conversations even about curly hair and texture, you know what I'm saying, that it's accurate and representation of people of color and stuff like that. And it's just we just got to get out of that. And I love that you said that because it's not easy, man. It really isn't, and we got to celebrate it as much as we can. But salute on that joint. You know what I'm saying? So we got that. We got any other questions before we wrap up into these topics? Go ahead, Kid Smooth.
Yeah, I just got one more question because I noticed it. I don't know if it was. I'm almost certain it had to be this month. It was earlier in the month. They on the Xbox store because I frequently check it, see what's going on. They have different promotions, and they were promoting like black, not just black development, but anything that had either a black lead or black characters. And I remember seeing your game being like within like the first. You guys like, oh, this is AerialKnight's game. I wanted to know if like situations like that when they put that on like a major storefront, did you see any impact on that, and did you see an uptick in people trying out your game or engage a higher engagement when that promotion went on? Because I do recall the promotion going on. I was like, well, damn, I can't buy the game again. But it was, I saw it next to the Gunk and a few other games that were there, but I was like, your game obviously stood out because we had to interview. I played the game. I played the crap out of it, and now I'm about to play it more because now my achievement numbers are off. So, but yeah, I just wanted to know what was your take and how did that impact the game, and did you see any changes? And do you how do you feel about it? I don't know if other publishers has done it because I've only been on the Xbox store and seen it. If your feedback to any other publishers, doing that have storefronts to highlight your game in that way.
Yeah, like pretty much like all the storefronts, the platforms, have kind of like done, something. And yeah, it's definitely like kind of got eyes on the game, got people like playing the demo and like kind of looking into it and supporting the game. But there's so many black game devs and black games that have come out over the past 2 years. I appreciate all the juice that I kind of got from this, but I kind of take all the opportunities I can to say, all right, thanks for kind of like looking at me and my game, but use me as an example that there are so many other cool people who way better than me. Like, I'm not even just saying that to kind of be humble or whatever. They just like generally better like developers than I am, who make games and who get ignored. I kind of was just like in the right space in the right time with the right music with the right trailer. And got a lot of shine. But I just don't want those people to be kind of like overlooked or just me to be that, poster board that everybody looks at.
No, respect. And it's about pulling everybody forward and acknowledging that. And that's very not only humble of you, but just big picture of you, right? To look at the whole landscape and see what's going on and know the mission is bigger, right? And that's what it's about.
They can get me a job.
You know what I'm saying?
I need them to come up.
I'm so glad you said it because that's what I'll be on. Like, it's like the same thing with ILP and stuff. Like, yo, we could all win together. We ain't got to be just one, you know what I'm saying? Dude as the champion as opposed to like only he eat. Nah, everybody can eat. Like, it's all good. So I'm glad you said that. But yo, man, again, congratulations. Love to see it continue. Looking forward with the next project. I gotta follow up with your top 5 from last time you were here. Last time you had No More Heroes. You had Inside. You had Last of Us. You had, which was interesting, you had Assassin's Creed Black Flag DLC. And then you had Smash Brothers. Has that changed your top 5?
Replace Smash Brothers with Deathloop.
All right. Oh, woo. Okay, I'm updating my notes. Deathloop's in there. Maddie plays. I'm sorry. See, people like Deathloop. Maddie plays. Anyway, so we got that.
Deathloop is amazing, man.
Oh, I'm going to go try it when they hit that game pass. Hopefully
Deathloop
this
was
shit.
pretty good.
That's what I'm waiting on. But yo, shout out to Gaz. That can only be what? Yo, Gaz, you're a fool. Anyway, so and the favorite console of all time at the time, you have PS4. Does that remain PS4? Does anything change?
No, yeah, PS4.
I see that hoodie. So he's taking care of us. I'm just joking. I had to jot that through. I had to do it. Now salute to the PS4.
Oh man. I appreciate all the love y'all keep showing me. Y'all been showing me since day one. With all the tweets and the support. Y'all just really be out here like looking out for people, and ain't no words for how much I appreciate it. I also can't wait to talk about some of these topics you got on deck.
We about to go there. So let's get the super chats. Then we're gonna transition right into these topics.
Hold on a second. Let me scroll back a little bit.
No doubt. While that's going on, see what's up, Realm. I see y'all in there. No doubt, Forte. I see you. What's going on? You on that raid team. I know. Day one. We already know what it is. Salute, Gas.
Y'all chat going wild.
Yeah, they going loose. They loose. You know what I'm saying?
I'm ready.
No doubt. All right, you ready? Go for it.
Yeah. We have Slow Mo Black Slap, $10 super chat. Shout out to the best game soundtrack of 2021, getting even better. Sup, Lord, Smooth, and Neil. I'm down to run through the game again. It was definitely fun, better than playing Destiny again.
Wow.
There we go.
The story makes more sense.
Ooh, there you go. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Savage.
Then we got Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. Packing to move into my first home, leaving Brooklyn, going upstate, listening to my boys on ILP Sunday. Thanks for keeping me company. Best gaming podcast. Shout out and congratulations to you, sir. Yeah, getting out to BK, going out to the boonies up there. It's a beautiful thing. Then we got Pragmatic Eagle, $5 super chat. Music is dope, and the addition of the story makes it interesting for me. Never cared for runners before. I enjoy this game due to those factors. Salute.
No doubt.
And we got the homie Dragonheart Yobi TV, $5 super chat. AerialKnight, let's go. Hashtag peace, love, life, my brother. Thank you for changing the world one gamer at a time. No doubt. And we got Gaming Forte.
Salute.
Then we got Gaming Forte, $5 super chat. 61 bounties stacked on each Guardians with max shards, max prisms. Needless to say, I love this game. Also for the tradition, hey, Lords, boo-boo. Yo. Hey, Forte.
Hey, Forte. Yo, it's funny when King said it. It was killing me when he said it.
He'd be like, hey, Forte.
He throw the extra sauce on it for no reason. Continue.
That's it. We're caught up.
All right, no doubt. So we got to get into it while we're doing that. We did have a poll. Let me just kick hit at that when Microsoft recently stated they will continue to make Call of Duty and other popular Activision Blizzard titles available on PlayStation. Which other popular Activision Blizzard game do you think will also remain multi-platform? The winner of the 4-way ILP poll at 50% of the vote, and for the first time in a long time, was the Messy Lords. I don't care. We all know the feds is parked outside Redmond campus right now. Coming in at second place at 25% of the vote was both Diablo and Overwatch will be multi-plat group. Coming in at third place at 22% of the vote was Overwatch. And in last place, and only 2% of the vote, was just Diablo. So salute to all the Lords who repped in there. Lord Sav, what's going on, man? What we thinking?
I think the Blessed Lords got it right, man. They got to come out there, handle these things preemptively. You know what I mean? Clean out the coffers a little bit, make sure everything is right. It's just funny to me because they have to do this because of the optics. But again, like we've spoke about in the past, like when it comes to, if you really look at where this places them in the power hierarchy, they're still number 3. And they don't have as many studios as 1 and 2 put together. Right. So in that regard, it isn't a monopoly. Now, when you start talking about the underlying things that they do in terms of internet infrastructure, Azure, stuff like that, and how that can be consolidated, that's kind of where they have to worry a little bit. But in terms of like the pure optics of, hey, you just bought this big publisher, it still doesn't put them really, I think, in anybody's sights. But again, they've gotten away in the past with things that they probably should not have. And revenge is there are people that just want to see Microsoft not do well and not be able to get the things they want. So yeah, so it's going to be interesting, but I think they're right about that. Hey, just let's make sure we button this up before, before they come knocking on the door,
Feds outside, man. You got to make sure. Sometimes concessions need to be made. You got to see what's going on.
What was it? Ahead of regulation?
Ahead of regulation. That's when you know. The name of the article was ahead of regulation. That's when they literally telling you, before the feds arrive, we want to let you know that, hey, we're offering this up for everyone to play. We're not taking Call of Duty.
Call of Duty's going on Nintendo.
Nintendo's like, fair, why you got my name in the document? We ain't asked for this. But anyway, just joking. But all good. So let's get into it, y'all. One of the major topics. This is Saab's topic. A big release has dropped. Horizon Forbidden West for PlayStation. Before you get into your impressions, I want to salute who has come through the back door. Another one out of Iron Lord family. My man, Lord Mr. Babbitt. How we doing, sir?
I've been playing nothing but this game for the past, I don't even know.
No doubt.
Been a busy weekend.
No doubt. Glad you could join because we want as much information as we can. But we got to start off with Saab, man. I mean, this is you. This is your topic. How much have you played? What's the impressions? What's the vibe before we open this thing up, man?
So I'm glad we have Smooth and Badbit on because I know they've played considerably more than me. I just have about 8 hours from last night. So I was blazing last night. But like I said earlier on, I haven't even hit the Forbidden West yet, right? So I haven't seen the full-on open world as of yet. So I don't know if you guys remember, but my impressions of Zero Dawn were a little bit, okay, they were a little bit tainted by Breath of the Wild, right? They definitely were. I can't say that they weren't. Because there were two open world games that came out in very close proximity to one another. And one of them did some stuff that I felt was really revolutionary and the other one didn't. So I fell off of Zero Dawn originally, like very, after Zelda came out, it was a wrap for Zero Dawn for like another year. And then I finally went back and I still wasn't enamored with the open world. But the story really grabbed me, and Aloy as a character really grabbed me. So going into this, I was excited to see what kind of improvements and changes they made to the open world, and obviously where the story was going to go and where Aloy was going to progress as a character. So jumping into the first thing you notice immediately is, wow, it is a beautiful game. I jumped back and forth between performance mode and graphics mode just to see. But when you've been playing in performance mode so long, once you go back to the 30 FPS mode, you see the resolution, right? You see the 4K resolution, but it feels choppy until your eyes kind of adjust. So I was like, I'm going back to performance mode. It still looks great. It runs beautifully. So I've been playing on that. The game is absolutely gorgeous. The color palette, so far, there's a lot of browns and reds and like deep greens, and that's a lot of what you see in the beginning of the game, much like Zero Dawn. But I've seen pictures. Unfortunately, I didn't want to see anything, but I've seen pictures of more diverse sort of biomes that kind of take more advantage of the expanded palette. So I'm excited to see that. So initially, my impressions in that beginning part of the game were that this is a lot more. This is just more Zero Dawn with obviously looking much prettier and with some additions to traversal and things like that, but it didn't feel like a huge departure. And as of yet, it still doesn't feel like a huge departure. So I'm excited to see what comes in the open world and how that changes for me. I'm enjoying Aloy as a character, as I did before. I think she can be a little. She is about her business, and she doesn't want anybody. She doesn't want anybody's help. She doesn't. She's like, I have to do this by myself. And when she gets help, very independent. It's very much like she's burdened herself with this, and she doesn't want to endanger anyone else. So she's that type of hero character, right?
Yeah,
so
the white savior type of hero.
Ooh, my lord!
Hold on, he went there. Move it on.
But I you know what was funny about that, Ariel, is the fact that I want them to do what they did to Ellie, right? I want them to take her and drag her through the dirt a little bit and make her sort of make difficult decisions, because I think that would make her even more interesting. But yeah, she is super heroic, kind of unflinching, Batman-esque, I don't budge, like in that way. which I can see I can see in the long term making her a little boring. But as of now, you know, as a hero character, I think she's fine. I do like how she speaks, her quips. I like how she interacts with the NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
She's very well acted. When it comes to things that again felt samey to me or just kind of weird, is that again I hate making the comparison, but the comparison is still there. There are things that they've done to sort of Zeldify the traversal a little bit in terms of the climbing and
This is
stuff
where they
like
come
that.
for you. This is where they come. You Jay Bar was on, and
but
you
it is
talk
the
about
truth.
traversal. You talk about Breath of the Wild, and this is where they get mad with you. Continue.
It is the truth. Again, it's removed from Breath of the Wild, right? But at the same time, the things that they kind of did to sort of go in that direction, I feel don't make a whole lot of sense, and kind of they're not as good as the solutions that Breath of the Wild or even Assassin's Creed has made for like traversal and stuff like that.
If I can,
here come. I know. He was holding back because I'll be listening to Bad Bit. I know he's holding on right now for a retort. Continue.
No. Like I think you've made excellent points so far, because like if people are expecting, you know, if you did not like the combat in Horizon 1 and you're expecting that to suddenly change drastically, it's not. It's more Horizon.
It's more Horizon.
But when it comes to the traversal elements or the open world, I was actually just thinking about it right before we came on. If Ghost of Tsushima is the equivalent to its inspirations of Breath of the Wild, right? In terms of like its dynamic world, you're getting distracted, whether it's a bird or a fox in your way type of deal. Then this kind of, to me, feels like their Witcher 3, where you have these hub world open areas.
I like Hub World.
That it's about its deep storytelling.
You did not just compare Witcher 3 to Horizon Forbidden West.
I just did. Absolutely did. So
hold your turn. Hold the line.
Hold the turn.
Let everyone get his points off.
Yeah. Just because, like, if you take a look at Witcher 3 in the way it tells its story through its open world, a great example is a great example is their White Orchard area, where you first start up the Dirk or the Dredge or whatever. That's kind of like their White Orchard, where it's like, hey, this is the world, this is what it's going to be, this is what you can expect, here's some side quests, and then the world kind of tells a story around you. So like you'll have a couple of, you know, soldiers that are injured out somewhere in this battlefield, and you'll have the cause of that violence, which is these machines or these bandits around you, similar to like that of, you know, The Witcher 3, where you have this battle that's just happened, and then a little whiles away you have these civilians that are just trying to escape via that bridge, and those, you know, soldiers that won't let them pass. That type of storytelling that they're trying to go for. Is it one-to-one? Is it exact? No, but that's how I kind of see it.
It is,
or how I interpret it. Yeah, like their inspiration. It doesn't, when I say it's like, because those are like easy terms, it's not saying that this is a one-to-one. This is just saying there's inspiration here.
And it's generally improved in that way. Yeah. Okay. So,
but Saul, I'm gonna let you continue. I just want to focus back on the traversal part, because it seemed like you had issues. Is this specific with climbing, like the animation of like
specifically for
continue.
climbing? So climbing, the animations are great, but what they do is you click with your focus, right, to show you the climbing routes, right, and they're varied. Like there's a part early on, like I said, right before you get to I forgot what the word is called. I forgot the name, but it's before you get into the Forbidden West per se. It's when you go to the embassy, and right before that, there's a thing you have to climb, and you can find an old Karja tower, and you click on your focus, and it shows you all the climbing routes sort of in yellow, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I look at that, and I'm like, okay. When you're doing it, it feels more varied, right? If you're playing the game and it feels more varied, like you can go everywhere. I just don't understand the design decision to give you, like, go in and create these bespoke routes, as opposed to, because the climbing isn't necessarily, I wouldn't say necessarily difficult, at least at this point. I don't know if there's more climbing centric puzzles later on that make the climbing more of just something that's not happenstance. If that is the case, then I can see this. But I look at this and I'm like, why don't they just follow the Assassin's Creed route, where you could just, when you run up on something, you climb on it.
Right.
And it feels more organic in that way, right? Rather than, hey, I got to look at this, I'm looking at this route up.
Like a predetermined route.
a predetermined route that I don't think, for me, comparing it to those other games, and again, I hate to do it, but when it's for a game that I really want to lose myself in and feel as organically in that world as possible, that was like a little bit disappointing to me. Like, damn, like just do the climbing. And again, that's me. I don't know how
Just
much
do
work
the
it takes to
climbing.
do that.
Hit the button, Ariel.
Yeah, exactly. So it's me as a dumb fan saying, why don't you do this?
Okay, fair.
But
That's fair.
That's fair.
But
fair.
But apart from that, I am excited to see, because that's one thing I did hear that Badger was talking about, is this idea that they took the learnings from The Witcher 3 and these games that have so much environmental storytelling, and where the side stories actually double back onto the main story in interesting ways. I think of Witcher 3 and I think of Bloody Baron, and what the Bloody Baron sort of meant for side stories in general, side quests in a game. I'm like, wow, like literally I want to go to every question mark that's on this map.
I heard these side quests are crazy, bro.
Right. Yeah. So for me, as somebody, again, even with Ghost of Tsushima, that did a lot more organic things in the open world to sort of help you traverse it and make it feel more alive, it still fell into those tropes that open world games do, where the repetition of activities and stuff like that. And I don't know if this will do the same, but again, I'm excited to be proven wrong in that regard, because again, for me, the standards in that regard still are obviously Breath of the Wild for the sense of discovery and organic nature of the world, and Witcher for how dense the world feels, right? Everything feels like it belongs there and it's lived in. And you could say what you want about the bloat included in these Assassin's Creed open worlds, right? But those worlds are meticulously created, and in a lot of ways they really do feel lived in. They're not there with the side stories. They've gotten better with the characters, with like Cassandra and stuff like that in Assassin's Creed Odyssey and stuff like that. But they still have a ways to go in terms of making that world feel as lived in as a Witcher 3. But it's something about those worlds and that historical sort of setting that really feels like they put a lot of time and effort into that. And that's what I want to feel in Horizon that I didn't feel in the first one. I felt it was a cool world. Hey, robot dinosaurs. And what drove it for me was Aloy as a character and her story, which is bonkers. But the open world didn't do it for me, and I'm hoping it does it for me in this one.
But so far, so good. Like so far what you played, you were invested with the world.
I want to be invested, because again, where I am, it still very much feels like, hey, this is more Zero Dawn. I haven't seen the Forbidden West where everybo's saying that's the true open world. That's where it really shows you what's doing new. Yeah. So, but I'm excited to get there.
No doubt. Let's open it up. Let's get AerialKnight.
Yo, real quick.
Let's go. No, I was pricing it to you right now. It's you.
I just got my quick little hot take.
Woo! Let's go.
Because I played Horizon the first one.
Okay.
And I was ready for it. You know, when the game like first launched, those trailers, I was like, I'm all in. I'm excited about this. But it's her story. I can't stand her story. And like the white savior thing bugs me just like beyond measure. We've got so many you got so many diverse characters in this world, and then she just kind of plopped into it. I get why people like it, but I think people don't get why I don't like it.
That's fair. That's just your opinion.
Horizon, both of them. Like I'm gonna play this new one more, just not right now, because I want to play other stuff. But I think with the core of my disdain for it is the fact that I love that world so much, but the main character I just don't like.
You just don't connect with the main character. I mean, there's games like that. I mean, it's not. No, I understand what you're coming.
It's not connect with her. I can connect with her. I feel like she doesn't want me to connect with her.
She doesn't. She doesn't want. She doesn't want anybody to connect with her. Really.
That's correct. Like
I think buttered toast is more interesting than Aloy.
Oh my God, thank God I got bad bit in here. Continue, guys. But let's open it up to Kid Smooth. Kid was next.
No, so the first game, like there was things that I loved about the first game. Zero Dawn, like I said, the only thing that beat it out for Game of the Year for me was Assassin's Creed Origins for obvious reasons. But Zero Dawn, the thing was like I enjoyed the world. I enjoyed like the concept of like these robotic animals, and it was all out beautiful, but I could not stand Aloy. I didn't like the standoffish, robotic attitude. And maybe like
She got no soul to her. She was just like
it was
every time.
It was emotionless. It was like, am I saying that right? It was like emotionless. So with this game, I was like, all right, let's go into Forbidden West. I know they improved like the facial animations. Maybe she won't look as robotic or just like kind of just weird when you're looking at her respond to things. But like she's still pretty much bullish, right? And they got these new amazing characters. Well, they're not, they just look improved because, you know, texture upgrades and stuff like that.
You got Varl looking crazy out there. Yeah.
They got these characters and stuff. So like I think me and Sovereign are around the same bar, because I did not break through the Forbidden. Yes, I didn't get past the embassy yet. I got to the point where they deny you and you can force your way through, but I was like, you know what? Let me just clean up every side mission here before I leave, because I don't know what's going to happen once I go here. Is it going to be a problem getting back? Or so I was like, let me just clean it up. But based off what I played so far, it seems like an advanced version of Zero Dawn currently, but I can't speak to what like Badbit may say because he's probably obviously further out. But the thing is, despite my dislike for like certain elements about Zero Dawn, like I thought the last boss battle was whack, and like I said, not me caring for Aloy, this game, I'm having all the same things I love about the world, the graphics, the combat is, even to as early as I am, is much improved and whatnot. And so that's what makes me want to play more, because I know once the world opens up and I unlock more, get more equipment, the combat's going to be even much better. But yeah, it's like I'm invested. I'm like invested. I'm not like, I didn't drop the last game. I'm to the point where I'm invested. I'm curious to see how things play out, and those side missions are extremely quality. Now, I've never played. I can't say I never played. I never finished The Witcher 3. I dropped The Witcher 3 like a bad conversation. So like there's several games I put above The Witcher 3 in terms of similar action RPG likes. Horizon Zero Dawn is one of them. But the side missions in this game already, I'm like, wait, am I part of a main quest or is this a side quest? That's how good they've been so far, and they're proven to be very, very valuable, because I've gotten some things that I feel like I would need to move forward, but they came from side missions.
Right. No, fair enough. I'm gonna give it to you, Babby. Before we do that, let me just address something in the chat. All right. First of all, y'all, we got to be respectful. You know, everybody's got their own takes, their own opinions here on this panel and in the chat. Where y'all gonna lose me and where the mods gonna get you is when y'all start with the personal attacks. Please do not personalize it. If you personalize it, I'm getting you out of here. Again, respect people's opinion that are different from yours. You don't have to agree, but don't be disrespectful. That's all I'm saying. Let's continue. Love Evitt, how are we doing, sir?
Yeah.
What's going on? How far are you in this game?
God, I don't know. Time's an enigma at this point, but I've gone to a lot of walking in Horizon. I loved it. It was my game of the year. It's the reason why the trophy room exists, all that good stuff. And so I love this game. I love Aloy. It appears that's the hottest take here. I like her character. She's curious, and I like that curious nature about her. And the sequel, she is way more. Yeah, she's got stuff to do. And it's not like I'm an independent woman, I don't need no man type of thing. It's more like the world, the fate of the world is on my shoulders, right? And I can't bear that burden on anyone else, so I must burden it alone. Anybody that has like bad anxiety has that feeling. So to me, I like that arc that she's going on, because right now, it's hard to relate to her, but I understand that's part of the arc in the characters that are growing alongside her. Because in the original game, I forgot who Varl is. I called Aaron. Like, those characters were extremely forgettable. It was all about Aloy. But for this game, it seems like the story is if you're doing it, we're doing it. Right? It's kind of like the Fellowship of the Ring type of deal. So I really love the arc that she's on, because I know at the end of this arc, I'm going to get a more refined character. And I've already seen beats of that. So like those little pieces of armor are going to wear away as time goes on. And shout out to the side missions, because they are excellent, man. Like, far more memorable than I thought they were going to be. And yeah, they're again, this game is, you know, we're going to say Witcher 3 a lot because there's no way you're making an open world game at this point and you're not being inspired by either Witcher or Breath of the Wild in some form or fashion. But it really does take a lot of those, hey, side quests don't have to be just fetch quests. They can actually help define the world around you and actually build upon the world. And those stories, I feel, are absolutely terrific. And yeah, they fool me because like there's like a quest chain that'll be like 5-6 quests long, and I'm just like, this character is important, and hopefully I see them again because I actually really dig them. And yeah, like shout out to the refined support characters there as well. Like Varl is my favorite character. Like midway through, I'm like, dude, I want a game with Varl. Like I want a game with him. That there's a portion of this world that I think could do with his like weapon set. He's awesome. And even Aaron, like you're seeing everybody deal with the events of the first game in their own different ways and how Aloy has effectively abandoned them. And so like you're seeing that firsthand in these characters. And so that resentment that like audiences may hold for Aloy for being tough or whatever, or callous, the side characters, you're in their perspective because they're like, why are you doing this stuff? Like we just showed you we could do this together. Why are you pushing us away? So I really dig the story in that aspect. There are some twists and turns that I'm down with. I don't know if everyone's going to be down with some of the decisions that they do.
I'm always down for them to blow up what you expect to happen.
Yeah,
I 100%. Like
it's not a golf club situation, but it is like okay, you've been with us with the robot giraffes because we're about to up the ante a little bit. But yeah, like the open world is stunning. I love it. I see a lot of, you know, what I love about Death Stranding in this game. Like the traversal elements, you could see where they've taken from Kojima and placed in this game. It's awesome. I like when you're scanning the areas of where to go. I dig that because it's like the little robot in Death Stranding. So you're seeing the X's where you can't go. You're seeing the crosses where you can. You're like, okay, I could maneuver around here to get there. And last but not least, the combat is still awesome. Like there is so much. They've expanded it so much so where you have all these different trees of all these different ultimate abilities that are going to help Aloy out depending on the situation at hand. So there's going to be trees that are great at melee combat, and they actually build upon the melee combat. They give you combos and all that stuff to help with like fighting human enemies. You have, you know, just basic range skill, your infiltrator, all that good stuff to kind of define Aloy out even more in the combat. So if you are the type of person that's like, I'm just going to go whack, you know, crap with my spear. Yeah. There's a tree for you there. Gotcha. If you're mainly glass cannon ranged, you can fill that tree out there. Or if you want a little bit of everything, you could do that as well. So there's a lot to this game, man. This game is huge. I can understand why it took so long. Is it going to be one of the greatest, you know, RPGs of our time? No, I think like Witcher 3 is still going to hold that crown. I think that's a tremendous game. Okay. But this is no slouch whatsoever. I really dig it. And I coming in going, I'm going to really like this game a lot. And walking out, it's met my expectations.
No doubt. Let's get Lord AerialKnight. I know, like I said, we kind of have tough business decisions to make as far as what games we can play and not play. So where you at? I mean, I know you're thinking about kind of doing it because you got a lot of stuff going on with your review schedule, but like based on what you're hearing, based on what you're seeing about it, is it something that interests you?
I'll be real with you, man. No,
really?
Like I tried to play that first one so many times. Like I tried to play it again at the beginning of this week. Nothing grabs me. Nothing about the interest story grabs me. Nothing about the characters grab me. Aloy, people said in the chat she's a Karen. I wouldn't go that far, but it's just like she just got no emotion to her. Like, and what's funny is like she's inconsistent. She was supposed to be isolated her whole life, but she has all these social skills. Like I never understood anything about that game. And I first off, I don't like games that rely on bow
combat
primary. Like it's just like if your only true ability is that you can shoot a bow, which is a fantastic ability, but it's just like I always felt like, see, I like being in people's face. That's what I like doing. So if you make me play a game where you want me to shoot this bow over and over again, I'm not gonna like it as much. Like, like when I played Zelda, I rarely used his bow ever, if any. Okay. I used it when a temple made me use it. That's pretty much about all. And it's just like that. I just didn't like it. And I tried the first one multiple times. And it's just, it didn't hit me. I didn't like any of the characters. It's just, I liked more in the first hour of Ghost of Tsushima than the 8 times I tried Horizon. Because at least I felt emotional connection with the character off the bat. People could say, oh, it's because it's a female. That has nothing to do with it. When I did play a little bit of Rise of the Tomb Raider because the kid's smooth. Right. I enjoyed when I played that. I felt emotion out of Tomb at a Lara Croft. Like, I don't feel that at Alloy. I feel like she's literally a robot.
But let me ask you this, not to cut you. So I get it with the first game. I get where you're going. My question is, now with what you have seen with the second game, with supposedly more improved, even melee combat, that type of skills tree, and apparently like what Sav is saying, what Babbitt is saying, and the emotionality of the character kind of coming forth a little bit more. None of this even appeals to you. Say, you know what? Let me try to see this time. Maybe this time it might connect.
Well, first off, I don't play like direct sequels that have story related stuff from the original one, unless I play the original.
The first, yeah.
Considering I can't get through the first 2 hours of the original one, I'm definitely not gonna play the second one. But like, I'm not into the standpoint where it's like, I think they have to change stuff. People keep saying in the chat, oh, they didn't do anything different. If you liked Horizon and you're a fan of Horizon, why would I try to take that experience from you in the sequel? I've always been behind the fact that as long as you improve mechanics and introduce new mechanics, we don't need to make the sequel something different. Like I hate that mentality. Even me and Sav has argued about it when it comes to Gears. It's like, look, the formula works well, the fans love it, so just keep doing it, but do it better the next time. And I'm not like, look, I don't like Horizon. That's cool, but I'm not really the target demographic of that. Like, I don't like the bow stuff. You miss me with that. So that's cool. That's all everyone else, man. That's all everyone else. It's just like, when it comes to me, I like emotion and stuff. And I'm sure she has emotion in the game.
Yeah, because I'm like, the way you acting like she just running around with a mute face.
But I play 2.5 hours a game, and I don't feel none of that.
But that was the first game.
But
did you play the second game?
Second one. I'm not going to play the second one if I played the first one. Like that's literally me.
Even if you watch like a story breakdown, because the story to me in the first one really is awesome. Yeah. I don't, forget about the gameplay and then maybe jump in from there.
Look, man.
You already know it's over. Once you get the look, man, it's over. He ain't playing it. He ain't playing.
See this little. I'd rather strangle myself with this.
Oh my God! Moving on.
I tried it, I did. I tried the first one. I literally just played it again. You can ask Cog. I tried it again.
He did.
To try to get through this game. And I have been very adamant if I'm wrong. I did with Skyward Sword. I said I was wrong about that game.
Yeah, you're right.
It's just this game does not resonate with me. Same thing as Witcher 3. I played that game. I played a lot more of The Witcher. I think The Witcher is a little bit more on something when it comes to the game's just so massive. I come back like 2 weeks later and I forgot what I've been doing and I restarted. So I stopped restarting it. I'm not restarting it again. But it's just like, I could see why people like Horizon. It's just not for me.
No, fair enough. Look.
Fair enough. There is actually a cool aspect of the story that you reminded me of. There is like in the first game, she's an outcast and she's so desperate to be one
accepted.
with.
Accepted.
Yeah. And now, like, everybody kind of hails her as a god status, and she's just openly bewildered by that concept. Like, even almost like sometimes
fix your face,
depending
Ariel.
on the person,
fix your face.
is kind of like, no, real talk. She's insulted by it almost. It's like, oh, really? I've been outcast, but now I'm okay. Like she's unsettled by it.
I mean, when it comes down to it, I love for Xbox to get something on this quality, but it's just like, look, like I would like for them to use a different character than Alloy, but you know, I just the games that I'm excited for just doesn't involve Horizon. You know, see, notice that I wasn't on Twitter telling people not to play Horizon because I don't care if you're playing Horizon. If it's something, I think it's pretty ridiculous that people are complaining about 89, but we're
gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it.
It's just like, look, at the end of the day, I will stand on this. If you like a game and you play the sequel, I do understand where people want something new, but people got to be realistic when it comes to developers, because I'm sure, as Ariel can attest, like when you consider making something new, it's hard to have a balance on what made the original what it was and what you could do to give the perspective of that game to newer audiences in a sequel. We've seen so many developers try this and fail it. We see Bungie fail it from Destiny 1 and 2. They failed it so much they had to really pretty much do the entire game over again.
Right.
So it's just like, look, like at the end of the day, if you like Horizon 1, don't bitch about people to change Horizon 2 to make it not Horizon 1. That's the only thing I really want.
Look, I'll jump in.
Fair.
I'm sorry. So someone's gonna say something. I didn't know who was.
No,
Okay.
that's fair.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, you know, for me, I understand Addict's frustration. I felt so bad with this situation because I'm like, this is about to happen to me again with this franchise, and I was all hyped up when the first one got launched. I saw the trailers. I'm like, okay, Guerrilla's doing something different. It ain't Killzone. This look fire. The character. Then I'm like, I like the kind of prehistoric / futuristic dinosaur flow. I was like, okay, this is a unique spin. And then the Switch came out. And, you know, Breath of the Wild. And I'm like, all the old Nintendo hidden fanboy that I didn't realize I had as a second kid came out. And I saw the climbing. And I'm like, I know what I'm doing. Right? I know what I'm doing. So I'm like, okay, cool. But, you know, you get back around to it. And then I'm like, all right, I tried it. And it did. I will agree with it didn't catch me for whatever reason. It just, emotionally, I just didn't connect. Right? But then also that was during the 30 frames days. Right? So I'm like, all right, you going to come back out PS5, you know, 60 frames, you know, we get back to you. Backlog gets crazy. And then here we are again. And I'm like, all right, ready? I know it's coming, because I was hoping it hit the first target date, which was, what was it, Bad Bit? It was like last year it was supposed to come out.
Yeah, it was supposed to come out spring of last year.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh, spring. Yeah. I'm like, okay, you know what I'm saying? I've had all year. Last year wasn't crazy. That's when I want to play you. And then y'all know I'm a Destiny guy. And then here come Witch Queen. And I'm like, they doing everything I want to do. And I'm like, I know I'm not going to play it, because what's going to happen is I see how beautiful it is, but I feel it's disrespectful for me to even attempt the sequel without finishing the first. Like, I just feel it's disrespectful. I just mean, but anyway, to the game itself.
No, I feel you.
It looks absolutely gorgeous. It looks absolutely gorgeous. I feel like from everything I've seen, Guerrilla looks like they are in their bag, and it's a looker as far as next gen. You know, I know a lot of racial sensitivity in the chat today, but I do like diversity in the NPCs and showing them, you know, how they look, and actually that the characters are really like not just kind of like one-offs, like how kind of what Babbitt was saying, where it's like you kind of really connected. You want to really complete this person's story and how it affects the overall thing. And it looks like the combat improved. The casting looks amazing. Like Angela Bassett. They got my chick from The Matrix. What is it? Carrie Ann Moss is in there.
Carrie Ann Moss,
yeah. You know, of course, you know, Zavala Lance Reddick, my man. You know what I'm saying? Is up in it. Like, they really, really look like they went all out. And I want to shout them out. And look, I am a #just1 guy. So I see these type of games and I'm like, I know Xbox got some coming. I know they do. But it's just like this, you got to understand, like, this is, for the people who don't like it, right? This is a lot of people who stay in the Sony ecosystem for these games alone. And I sit there and I'm like, yo, they look like they got one. You know what I'm saying? Like, they you know what I'm saying? They popping off right now. But I wanted to ask you this, because it's two parts I want to flip it, because obviously I didn't play it. So I have other questions for y'all that have played it, which is, all right, so we're seeing some controversies about bugs. And I want to talk about the Metacritic controversy. And the third thing I want to talk about, shout out to Rick Hogue, there seems to be a big uproar about something that Hogue brought to the attention as far as the upcharging for the PS4 version in comparison to the PS5 version, and some people saying that it's hidden in the store, and then people are hustling. People are like, yo, I'm just going to the app, download the PS4 version, pay that $60, and then it gets the free upgrade. So I know it's a lot of questions. So bugs, Metacritic, controversy. Let's start back with Solve, since it's your topic.
I haven't experienced any bugs so far, but again, like I said, I played again that initial area, like Smooth was saying. There's a lot of side quests and stuff you could do. There's a lot of like running around the open world and just grabbing medicine and grabbing like wood to make arrows and stuff like that. It's kind of stuff that minutia I like in open world games. So I get lost in that. I didn't see any bugs so far. Okay. I had a big boss battle that went off without a hitch. Okay. I have not seen anything in terms of bugs. Like the water looks great, and nothing has frozen for me, nothing like that. So I can't speak to that.
Metacritic and charging. People are hot, so they're saying this should have been a 90. Why is it an 80? It's currently sitting at Metacritic at 88. What the hell is wrong with these people? These people are all bought off. Why can't this thing get a 90? Talk to me.
Okay, some people don't understand averages.
I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, for sure. But the more reviews come out, right, the average is gonna level off. It's just gonna trend lower no matter what. No matter what, unless you get the next 10 reviews are all 10s, and that's not gonna happen because that would have happened day one. Right. So any reviews you have coming down the pipeline are probably more middle of the road to lower, if that's a thing. So just stop caring about the numbers. I see so many people who bust their tail writing in-depth reviews, and nobody reads them, and they scroll down to the bottom for the number. And that's it. And the number at the end of the day does not mean anything. If your enjoyment is defined by someone else's number, you got a problem. So 88, 89, I don't care. It was a game I was going to play anyway. If it was a game you wanted to play, you will play it. Unless, of course, listen, for me, Metacritic is very good for determining a broad sense of what this game is. If the broad take on the game was a 60, then I say, okay, cool. Read more in depth to see where these 60s are coming from. And at that point, it's a decision about whether it's worth it to spend your money on it. But when you're talking about points that determine, a jump between 89, 90, 88, or 90, whatever the case may be, it's a stupid argument. It's going to continue to happen every time a big game comes out, and this happens. And then personally, y'all going to be mad. Somebody's going to be mad. Personally, like I said before, I think when we look at the standard bearers for open world games / RPGs, it's still not up there with the greatest. I haven't played a lot of this. So far, what I've played, it's more of the last one, which a lot of people felt was an 85. You know what I mean? 85 to maybe 90, 90. And some people truly love that game. Again, I don't care about the number, but at the end of the day, from what I've played so far, it feels like it's more of that. And again, I will make a determination as I play more of that game, like Bad Bit said, is it more Witcher 3? Right. Because the closer you get to that standard, to me, that's when that's when the conversation changes. So for me, again, just if you wanted to play this game, play the damn game. Stop it. I'm tired of that. Now, what was the other thing?
The third part was, all right, so basically there's a lot of different versions of Horizon Forbidden West on the store. The point of contention, we got to shout out the Lord of Virtual Legality. He's going in on this. Yes. And Rick Hogue. And pretty much what has happened is, if you get the PS4 version of Horizon Forbidden West, it is $60, right? Yes. However, with a free upgrade path. Because remember, they with the cross-generational stuff, they made everything now a free upgrade path. But now the PS5 version is $79. What he is saying is that when you go to the marketplace, it is very more apparent and visible about the PS5 version, and you kind of got to do a little extra work to find the PS4 version. So the hustle is people are going, whether it be on a mobile app or something out, and download the PS4 to get the PS5 free upgrade. So what his point is from a dishonest business practice standpoint, because he's saying that they are literally trying to not make this information readily present. And that has caused some controversy. So I just want your aspect on that, and then we're going to open this up to everybody in a minute.
It was, I mean, you got to remember that it was something that Jim Ryan had said initially, I guess, when we first talked about the game, and it was always supposed to, that game was included in that. It was something that was talked about when they announced the PS5, and I guess, I forgot where exactly it was, but it was announced that launch window games.
Right.
We're still going to be, and then the definition of launch window, as we know, is fluid. We don't know what that means always.
Right.
So, but the impression was that Forbidden West is always going to be in that. So when Jim Ryan made the statement like, "No, we're not going to do it anymore," there was the uproar, and then he rolled back and said, "Okay, this is the last one." Mm. The reluctance on their part to do that shows that they were never going to bring this deal to the forefront.
Right.
It's imperative upon them to do it because they promised they would do it. It's not imperative upon them to put it at the front of the shop and be like, "Yeah, do this," when they really don't want you to do it.
Let me quote Hogue right quick, because I know where you're going. He goes, "Okay, Forbidden West is an update. He said anyone that buys a PS4 version, well, we'll get the $60. Okay," he says, naturally, most customers have decided that this essentially means people will buy the PS4 version regardless of what they own to save $10. Mm-hmm. The problem, as argued by Hogue, is that Sony appears to be diverting customers from the PS4 version as much as possible, trying to get people to pay more for essentially the same product. On the PlayStation Store website, Hogue notes the PS5 version and its higher price is displayed prominently at the top, with the PS4, to your point, version tucked away in the bottom half of the page. The game's fact page contains out-of-date information telling users they must buy a special edition to get both versions of the game, which is no longer the case. Hogue believes these and other practices related to release of Horizon Forbidden West could constitute as unlawful marketing. So that's the part that is
a problem. If you have not changed the language around that,
right,
on purpose or not caring, whatever the case may be, that is a problem.
That's a problem.
That is absolutely a problem. Another thing that they did was that if you got the upgraded version, it wasn't unlocking at midnight. It was unlocking later. As well.
And Hogue does, as the article continues, shout out to SVG.com. Hogue does believe that there could be a class action lawsuit in Sony's future, filed by anyone who feels duped into buying the $70 version of Horizon Forbidden West. While individual states in the U.S. have laws against deceptive marketing, the amount of money on the line might not be enough for some lawyers to get involved. Ultimately, Hogue argued that Sony should correct by either changing the price of the PS5 version to $60 or to allow PS5 users to buy the PS5 versions through their console. So what it is on the console side, you can't do it, and people are hustling and going outside the console because of it to do.
Yeah, they said something about going to the website to have to do it as well. You can't do it. Yes, and that again, these extra steps that technically on their side, I believe they don't think it's a problem, but it is a problem. I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, I completely forgot about the upgrade. I just bought the $70 version of my console.
And that's the thing.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, I'll work backwards here. They're absolutely lying to you. They absolutely want your extra $10, and they absolutely know that this won't cause a fuss. Like if they were truly being, malevolent here, they really would have just lowered the SKU of the PlayStation 5 version. But when they purposely did not do that, you could see the tea leaves a mile away of like, oh no, they'll still push the PS5 version. The PlayStation 4 version will be somewhere, we don't know, curtains up on that one, whatever. And they're going to weasel their way out of it. They're gonna save face by saying the nice thing, but they're really going to screw you over at the end. And that's exactly what happened, because Twitter isn't real. It's not a real place.
It's echo chamber.
But people get in their feelings a lot on Twitter, right? And so what PlayStation probably wanted to do was just like hush the noise a bit, say that they're reversing it, while just leaving that SKU right there for the average consumer that isn't on Twitter and isn't bickering over Metacritic scores, that are just walking into GameStop buying that SKU. And so PlayStation's still getting that $10. They really want that $10. What can you do?
It's money.
It's money. Yeah, it's money. So
We got you. I got you next.
go
I got you next,
Yeah.
dude.
So yeah, no, they definitely, that was a deception. That's a lie. And honestly, I don't know if there's going to be a class action lawsuit because I don't know how many people actually care.
Yeah, that's a good
In the
point.
grand scheme of things. That being said, when it comes to the Metacritic score, I have a firm belief, and I'm going to say this with my whole chest here. boys.
Let's go.
If you post Metacritic pictures on Twitter to own people, you are in fact the biggest loser I've ever seen in my entire life.
Facts. Let's go.
You're a loser. You're pathetic, and honestly, I feel bad for you because that is.
Be nice.
I don't understand the enjoyment out of it. My favorite game of all time is Bloodborne. It sits at a 92. One of my favorite games ever, tied with that, is Ghost of Tsushima at an 83. I love that game. It's perfect to me. Into the Spider-Verse is my favorite movie of all time. It's not Citizen Kane though. So, you have to, who cares what color, green, yellow, or red it is? If it's something you enjoy, go out there, experience it, play it, be your own critic. Don't have losers on the internet dictate what your thoughts are going to be. And when I mean losers, I mean, again, those people that are throwing out the Metacritic like, we own the boys.
Are you implying that people are weaponizing Metacritic?
They'll weaponize everything
for 10
for
years already.
years. It's so tiring. It's so tiring where like every time there's a game, it doesn't matter if it's on PlayStation, Nintendo, or Xbox, whatever. It's so tiring because everybody's gonna go after that reviewer. There's a new target.
I like when they come for the outlet as if there's the same reviewer reviewing every game every single time. Okay,
yeah. And they're like, oh, this guy's an Xbox reviewer, and you can see by that. It's like, no, Xbox doesn't pay reviewers. No one pays reviewers. No, that's not real. It's stupid. Anybody that says that's also an idiot. So like, to me, I hate the process because I understand and I know people who work their butts off to put out quality reviews. Like Ains right now is going to be pushing 100 hours into something I can't say right now. But like, he's putting in the work. And if anybody tries to dare say anything about him because the number isn't high or low enough to their standards, you're an idiot. That's it. I don't like that type of thought pattern. I absolutely hate it. Developers shouldn't be attacked because they're reusing an animation. Reviewers shouldn't be attacked because they have an opinion that's opposite of yours. Right. So to me, I was gonna get this game regardless. I don't care. Metacritic should be used as a gauge of like, okay, if it's in the yellow, maybe I need to, like Soft said, read more into it. But the way I look at it is go to the places and the people that you're going to align with. That's right. Fair. That reviewer fits
that fits your criteria of what you like.
Because like great example, Skilled Up. I know if Skilled Up's gonna like something, we have the same taste in things. I'm gonna genuinely trust his word more than most. And so I'll go to him. But like, I'm not going to like Xbot 420XX for my in-depth analysis of Horizon or literally anything. I'm not going to go to the guy with the Phil Spencer emoji in the center of the screen.
He's out of control. Salute to you, brother. But I understand.
I chose violence.
No,
today,
you clearly chose violence.
And and likewise, I'm not going to I'm not going to watch the guy that has like Jim Ryan on his screen, like with the controller out. Like, hey guys, I get it.
Fair enough. That's fine. The realm. We like all opinions. What
was the third question?
The third question that you conveniently passed was cool. Was just, did you encounter any bugs or anything? Has you played?
Yeah, and here's the thing too. This game has bugs. It does. I've experienced them. I had a sound bug. The thing that is more apparent to me, which is kind of, I would say, like surprised as a person that you think PlayStation would, they're more of like, these are the, less bugs. Like this is a complete package. Is pop-in and texture pop-ins. Oh, okay. That's there. Oh. I've seen it. It's happened to me an amount of times for me to make note of it. Like buildings don't pop in as much. I think the opening cinematic, I was like, oh, okay. It's one of the mechs. Their textures are like literally popping in here or there. So yeah, I've experienced some, but again, it's not taking away from my overall enjoyment of the thing.
No doubt. Let's open it up. Lord AerialKnight has been very patient. He's got a lot to say about pricing, I feel. He's got a lot to say about Metacritic. So
Not
let's
that
get
much.
it. Okay. Tell me what your thoughts
Yeah,
are,
not,
man.
yeah, not that much. So, Joseph chose violence.
Yes.
He don't hate me.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
So,
Let's get it. That's why we got different opinions on the panel.
I'm not on the side of corporations at all. Everybody who's seen me rant about stuff knows that. But I am fully on the side of Sony. With
break it down.
the pricing.
Let's hear it.
So first, as they don't owe you anything. Like they set a price. You either buy the game or you don't. They don't owe you marketing of the lowest possible price. They don't need to say, hey, GameStop has it lower than we have it or anything like that. Now, like if they said it's going to be available at a lower price, they need to make it available and they need to fix their wording and stuff like that.
Yes,
I completely agree with that. But as far as like game prices haven't went up a lot in the past however long. So like if they want to say, hey, this game, as much as y'all just talked about how big it is, how pretty it is, how much they spent on this game, if they want to charge $70 for it, hey, that's their full right. If you don't want to pay $70 for a game, there are a bunch of indie games in your backlog that you never even touch.
AerialKnight,
go play some of that.
Buy that. Continue.
Right. But no, like I stand by Sony just like I would stand by an indie dev or anybody else who wants to price their game at a certain rate.
I'll shut up.
Like you just kind of gotta say this is the price, right? And gamers, I'm not trying to piss nobody off, but there's a little bit of privilege, a little bit of a little bit that comes with
Gamers
that.
privilege. Ariel, dog.
Yeah.
Is that it? A gamer's entitled?
That's like entitlement that's in there that we gotta like take note of. Now, really quickly on the review thing.
Yes.
I don't even think review numbers should be a thing, just because there's a lot of people who don't like a certain genre who has to review that genre, and it's always going to be skewed. So I think the game industry in general just be a better place if we just got rid of the number and people like maybe we made reviews shorter where you can just kind of read it and just understand their points, because a lot of people like my game but gave it a lower score because there's some things that just they don't like about runners, which is totally valid. I like all the low scores and all the high scores mean equally the same as to me. So we kind of just got to understand the nuances between all of these things and kind of like I know everybody got their personal view on it because of how it affects them, but you got to see how it affects everybody.
The round table is spicy today, and I love it. I got
Ariel,
three.
Are you suggesting? Are you suggesting that people then have to actually read the article and see what's inside?
God forbid that.
Y'all messy. Hold on. We got to get some opening opinions because Kiss Move been patient. And I know where he stand on certain things. This gonna be a spicy topic. So Kiss Move. About this Horizon Forbidden West stuff. Like, I think
we're making up for King today.
We're making up for King today. With all type of messiness. But this is great. This is good discussion. A lot of people on different side of the fence. So let's start with the first one. As far as the whole what Hogue is bringing to light, as far as the version, the visibility of the PS4 and the PS5 version. Do you feel that's a deceptive practice and all of that stuff? And then the second thing is the Metacritic stuff, because obviously the streets is wild and is a strong contingent that feel like, this should have been a 90. It is that great. How dare reviewer X say this, that, and this? He has an agenda, and it needs to be 90. So currently 88. Where you at with both of these things?
All right, first topic with the whole pricing structure. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like you guys heard me say I ain't buying no game for $70.
I did hear this.
Pay me. I only bought Returnal for $70 because somebody had to pay me to play the game. So, and when it came to Horizon, I was like, all right, because I don't trust PlayStation. So when it came to buy it, I was like, all right, the worst possible thing that can happen is I go looking for the PlayStation 4 version of the game, buying it, and it legit being the PlayStation 4 version. And not the PS5. And I was like, I don't want to do that. Like, you know what I mean? So I was like, you know what? And not because I don't have the disc version. Otherwise, I would have just went to the store, bought the PS4 disc. I'm like, all right, they promised me. Like, so, and it would have done it that way. I didn't know how it would impact it digitally. So I was like, you know what? Whatever. I got some gift cards. Let me look at my PlayStation 5. Mind you, I loaded these gift cards, these Visa gift cards on my PlayStation 5, hit the buy button, and it snatched the money out of my PayPal, which was connected to my bank account. It completely ignored.
It went straight to the stash. It didn't go to the. Okay, I got you.
So I bought it. I was like, whatever. You know what I mean? I know I'm gonna like it. It's Horizon, whatever. So, but the thing about it though is that the pricing situation. I get what Ariel is saying. Is like because they don't have to. They don't. If I feel like I'm forced to reduce the price of my game because y'all forgot I said lunch window game.
Y'all forgot.
then I was like, okay, I'll do that. But they ain't showing up anywhere on the screen. You have to search the backlog for it.
Yep, you have to.
I understand that concept. It's like, all right, it's not free. It's like whatever. You know what I mean? I completely understand them because I figured I was like, there's no way they're gonna advertise save $10 by buying the PlayStation 4 version. They're not going to do that. So I'm not.
You understand the hustle. You're not mad at the hustle. You understand.
I'm not mad at them, but I'm not a fan of the games being $70 or this next gen tax. And the only reason why I'm against it because there's too many publishers who haven't opted to raise their game. So I'm like, okay, then what makes your game worth the extra $10? And if you're telling me it's $10 because you get the extra enhancement, then I bought the PS5 because it's supposed to do that to my games, right? Shouldn't DualSense support higher resolutions, high frame rate be a part of the price you pay for the PlayStation 5?
So I'll ask you, Smooth, just like I asked King. Yeah. Does it feel like PlayStation is punishing you for early adopting on a PS5?
Yeah, this is what I said to somebody, right? Because somebody wanted to argue with me, right? I was like, okay, imagine this.
Oh, someone argue with kid? Really?
I was like, imagine this. Imagine buying imagine paying a tax or a fee for a game in your Steam library that you want to see with ray tracing because you finally got an RTX card. And so you
like
upgrade
Blu-ray?
from.
All right, Ariel. All right.
I mean,
Blu-ray. What do we mean by Blu-ray, though?
I get that smooth, but you just paid, $1,000 tax to get that ray tracing.
But that's the thing.
We get into semantics.
I paid $500 for the PlayStation 5. Right?
So,
I paid $500 for the PlayStation 5. So that means, right? Even if I bought, even though they corrected themselves, but any game on PS4 that has features that the PS5 can make the game better, I shouldn't have to pay a tax for it.
I have to agree with
features. Why do I have to pay extra to utilize the PS5 features?
All right, let me play devil advocate. What about, because I know the competition is out there utilizing things like smart delivery and doing that. But what about to AerialKnight's point? What if, again, in the spirit of business, they feel that our product is worth this. Like for example, like I'm an Android guy, right? Like I'm Android all day, right? But sometimes Apple be like, no, this is a premium iPod product, or you know what I'm saying? And our price is here. And
it's up to you to tell them they full of shit.
Language. So at the end of the day, like, what do you say to that dude? Do you not buy into that kid where it's like, nah, fam, I don't care.
Different.
Okay, you think it's different? Okay, break it down.
It's because he has an Apple.
I'm not Apple. I'm not an Apple guy, but continue.
Yeah. So they offer two PS5s at different price range. One's missing a disc drive, right? Is Horizon Forbidden West one game or two different games on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5? Is it one game? Or is it two different games?
It's two different games.
I know what he doing. Go ahead, Smooth.
So the PlayStation. All right. So Horizon Forbidden West is technically it's one game. Is Horizon Forbidden West on PS4? It's Horizon Forbidden West. Horizon Forbidden West on PS5. It's Horizon Forbidden West. If you want to do some shenanigans like that, pull a Nintendo and call it Horizon Forbidden West Red. if you want to do that,
and you know what's funny, Smooth? It was proven that those Pokemon games are the same game, but when you load up the Switch determines which game you have, and they unlock which side of the disc of the cartridge that you use.
Yeah. Well, in my like, I think there is points to what Kid Smooth's saying, which is like, should they really be charging you an extra $10? No, they are, and that's up to the market to decide. Is that something they're willing to stick up with? You can say whatever you want, but if the market's like, if we wake up on Monday and the thing is sold 4.7 million, copies,
the market,
people didn't care.
Well, yeah. So that's why I said my issue with it is because not everyone has adopted it, and that's what creates the problem. If everybody, it'd be different if like the standard, like what they did during the 360 PS3 era, where everything just went boom, $60. It is what it is. I'm not going to stop. But you're going to tell me these couple publishers is doing 70, but everybody else is still doing 60? Then like.
But I understand that. And my last point before I open it up. But what if they got the numbers and the analytics to say, yo, that 70 ain't hurting our base. They go out and support. They buy this. They, you know what I'm saying? Why should we have to lower them? We're the premium tier. I'm just talking. I'm being corporate cog for a second.
That's the same corporation that have to produce another million PS4s just to.
Oh my God! Let's get Attica here. He being good.
I do want to talk about the Metacritic.
Oh, my fault. Sorry. Right? Yes, you're right. Correct.
No, sorry. So the biggest B with this Metacritic score, because people waited. They did a midnight release on Metacritic scores because somebody wanted to be the first to put this game against Forza Horizon or Halo to see how much better it was, and it was. They couldn't do that, so that set ablaze. The fact that they couldn't say it was this much better than the Xbox game, it just set ablaze. Mind you, think about it. If Forza Horizon 5 was an 88, 87, if Halo 5 was a 84, 83, if Psychonauts wasn't as great, then they would have been fine. But the problem is these Xbox games hit a tier of Metacritic scores that was like,
he's not wrong. Like, if Xbox games last year would have flopped entirely, I don't think we would be.
We would not have gotten this issue.
So you're implying that the main source of this vitriol was payback.
I will answer that for you. It's fanboys. I will answer that for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No matter what, it's fanboys.
What is it at 88, 89? Come on, that's the same score as the last game. Like, which
Smooth, be honest with me, Smooth. Smooth, be honest with me.
Here's the thing.
Keep
this is what
keep it real, Smooth.
I'm gonna keep it real.
When that went from an 89 to an 88, was Smooth a little happy? Just be honest.
Oh Lord. He's part of the problem. Part of the problem.
I laughed a little because I knew I would see less memes. But the thing was, here's the issue though. This is what happens with PlayStation fanboys, right? And the journalists back then. They spent so much time overrating everything PlayStation did that they scored Zero Dawn too high.
Oh God!
So now
this is going left already.
When Forbidden West came out, which is probably an accurate score, the law's average is probably an accurate score and pretty fine. That when I look at that score, I was like 89, 89. I'm like,
but
Zero Dawn.
To be honest, Smooth, this is coming from the individual that has a whole series on YouTube called Surviving Metacritic Scores. So.
Anyway, moving on, because kid is in his bag right now. Addict, what's up, man? How do you feel about this whole?
What do you want me to?
Two things. Either one, the Metacritic and the whole controversy with the PlayStation 4 version 50, 60, and the being 70 on PS5.
I feel like there was three things people were doing, wasn't there?
Yeah, and then the bugs, but you didn't play it, so I didn't.
Oh well, the only thing I want to say about the bugs is I find it ironic that this same type of bugs that was in Dying Light 2 is in Horizon, and no one's really bringing up these.
I don't know about that, sir.
But no, okay. But look, all I'm saying is Horizon has some crazy bugs. And when you read these reviews, it doesn't reflect the bugs. But when you read the Dying Light reviews, that's all they talked about. And then all I'm saying,
as someone who got the Dying Light review code, that game is.
I did too.
Yo, that game rough in certain parts.
And Sinister told me we still can't play the multiplayer together. Like we still can't even play it because people are disconnecting, and like he told me, you don't even start it with Cog. Just wait. I'll let you know when it's safe to come back in.
I'll let you know when it's safe.
That's what he told me. Like I was like, and I trust it. Sister love that game. Yeah.
All I'm saying, see, we're not really debating on Dying Light 2 getting hit like it did. We're debating on. I honestly, truly feel like some of the there's some influencers that I saw. Like I felt like what their response was to it, when it come to the bugs, made sense to what they said.
Right.
But some of these people would talk literally for 3 or 4 paragraphs or a couple minutes about bugs, and they give it a 9 out of 10. Like, but I don't feel like Dying Light 2 got that opportunity. Like, they were like, oh, you know, we're gonna say this, we're gonna give it a 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10.
This is a weird take, I gotta say.
he been going hard for this. I disagree too, but I mean, look, he been riding on this.
Like,
he been riding.
When it comes to this, certain developers and certain publishers get passes on stuff, and I've honestly and truly, if this would have been like an Xbox game and they had this many bugs, it would be a wrap. I'm sorry, it would get a massive 6, 7s out of 10s, but Horizon's getting mad 9s and 10s out of 10s. I'm not really going too much into the Metacritic score thing.
If I can go,
can I speak? Yes. Everyone has spoken but me. I waited 30 minutes to speak.
Go ahead, go for it.
All I'm saying when it comes to this is I just personally feel like that when it comes to that type of perspective, I don't think that it's like when it comes to certain developers that certain publishers and certain things can live without, I feel like they're willing to go straight in. Techland. Oh, okay, it's Techland. You know, we can really put a dot on our stuff. But when it comes to someone like Sony, which which we all know have been very, what's what I'm looking for, particular how they do their review process. People's like, oh yeah, we had this little bugs, we got some bugs, 9 out of 10. But when it comes to Dying Light, they'll literally speak the positivity, the entire review. And the last couple minutes, they'll say, okay, we had this bug, 5 out of 10. Like, I'm sorry. I personally feel like when it comes to stuff like that, I don't like that. You know, and I said it last week, and this week it's happening with Horizon.
Okay.
I feel like Halo Infinite got 9s and 8.5s, and it didn't have a Slayer mode when it launched.
Mode wise,
there's difference between those stuff not being there day one and games not launching that's not functioning.
There's a difference between playing it and not.
Yes, that is true. There's definitely a difference between playing it and not. Let's get Forte. He's been patient, then we're gonna move on because this is going.
We got Forte. I didn't even see Forte.
Forte, what up, bro? He threw the bat. He said, "Cog, tag me in on this, please."
Listen,
what's up?
I literally had to walk away and go on break
just to get in this.
I was like, "Yo, this is crazy."
Talk to me.
So, oh my God! All right, so let's talk about the pricing.
Yes.
You know, I was shout out to DPS podcast.
I want to point out that I didn't get to say anything.
Shout out to them. We had a PlayStation. We had our PlayStation rep on, and this man had the nerve to tell me that it was retail's. It was their responsibility to tell people they could save money. But whatever. But let's just talk about this price thing. Now, ultimately, they don't have to do anything. But I just feel like it's the fact of the matter that they knew that there was a firestorm around this one particular game when it came to price. And the fact that they said that you were going to be able to do A, and then they tried to spin move people and say, you can't do this.
Right.
So the fact of the matter is just one thing. They should have just stuck by it and just said, you know what, we're just going to eat this. We're not going to try to, lollygag and hide stuff from people because they knew everybody was going to be paying super aware to this one game in particular. Because I do believe that this is business as usual. Like it's their responsibility to put on the front page that you can get this for cheaper if you get it on the PS4. I 100% agree with that fact, but it's just with this game in particular, they missed the mark. They knew that it was going to be a firestorm around this, and that's why they started changing terms of services and stuff. You know, when does a company go through and change their FAQ the day after a huge news item like this breaks, literally less than 24 hours later? They knew they were in the wrong for that because they were trying to spin this in a different narrative. But it's just a simple fact. I think Sony just messed up on that regard, and they just feel like they should have just left it alone.
Okay.
Now, this Metacritic thing. Whew. Okay, this
Metacritic I got
thing.
you after Kick because I know. I mean, after Forte because I know I forgot something.
Yeah, this Metacritic thing is the most dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life because this is nothing new. Everybody knows that you're gonna have people that are gonna give crappy reviews to a game no matter what, and everybody knows you're gonna get reviews that absolutely make no sense that are 100%. Like PlayStation Lifestyle. Like, when's the last time PlayStation Lifestyle gave a PlayStation game less than a 90? Are we going to sit here and make it seem like they're non-biased to the situation? Are we going to sit here and act like, I mean, this ain't just a PlayStation thing. This is an Xbox thing with Xbox Universe. We're going to act like Xbox Universe is going to give an Xbox game less than a 90? Every time I look up those, so it's literally an average of everything. People want to just look at the scenario and say, oh, look at this 65. Let's be for real. Y'all using this for list wars. And that's all this is about. The fact that Horizon Forbidden West did not get a 90 Metacritic is hurting people's feelings out here right now. That's all this conversation is. If the game was at a 92 or a 93, guess what? Nobody would have said anything. Guess what? Nobody said anything about God of War because where did God of War finish at and everything? Nobody was like, oh, look at these crappy non-review sites like Stevie Air giving God of War a 50. Didn't nobody say nothing because the review was where it needed to be. So the fact that it was one number off, people lost their freaking minds and they forgot the core element that this is nothing new. So to me, that's all I got to say about it. Just listening to you guys try to
I got a quick
talk
question.
around this.
I got a question for you.
You got a question for you, Lee?
Yeah.
So, like it's more a general question too.
And two Detroit natives in there going at it right now. Continue.
Shout out.
I'm not even going.
I'm instigating. Continue.
As long as you ain't a Lions fan, we good.
He tried to hold on to it. He said, "I'm still baby." Continue though. Continue that. AerialKnight. What's your question?
Prices drop so quickly. Why not just wait? Like if you want Horizon at $60 or below, just wait 2 months. Like I don't understand that part.
Okay.
No,
I'm not even attacking nobody. It's a general.
Yeah, it's just your question.
I agree with that. But if you are the type of person that's willing to wait for games, like a lot of people in this community say, I don't wait for games. I don't wait for this. If I want to play it, I'm gonna play it day one. I agree. If you're about the price, wait, because games do drop in price within the first couple of months of them being out. But I just look at
except for Nintendo games.
But like I said, I just look at this one situation.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I just looked at this one situation where they told people what was going to happen, and they should have just completely made it transparent from beginning to end because they knew that if they changed it, people would notice it. If they would have never said anything about next gen upgrades in July of last year, nobody would have even cared about the PS4.
But AerialKnight asking why, Forte, why they have to.
Yeah, why?
That's his question.
That's all I'm asking.
They didn't even have to say anything.
No, but he's saying why they have to be transparent as far as the pricing. That's his specific question.
No. They just had to be in games in general, they don't have to. But for this game, they do because they told people one thing back in July, and then they tried to tell you something else earlier.
Wait, now the thing in July that you're referencing is when they said cross generation won't have to pay for an upgrade.
Yeah, exactly. Once they said that was the key point right there. Then they tried to tell people like, oh no, we're not giving free upgrades for the standard edition and legendary in the launch edition of Horizon Forbidden West. Once they said that, then everybody was like, yo, wait a minute, hold up. You told everybody that this game was going to be a cross-platform game, that you buy it once, you get it on both systems. That was where they made their mistake. If they would have just never said anything about cross-platform, play, and you got to remember, this is when Xbox was going really, really hard with saying smart delivery. We're going to be able to use, whatever game you have is going to recognize the system you have, and it's going to give you that upgrade automatically. So Sony was in that moment was like, we need to do something to let people know if they get a PS5 that these games are going to be a cross-platform thing, and you just buy it once and get it on both. And guess what? They tried to change that on people a year later. And that was the issue. So if they would have never tried to just follow what Microsoft was doing and just stick to their guns in general, nobody would even care about this conversation. But it's just the fact that they tried to do it with this one game, and that's the problem.
Fair enough. Addict didn't get a chance to finish his bars, though. I gotta let Addict finish his bars, then solve, and then we move on.
So
basically, you talked about the Metacritic, but I don't think we got the thing on the pricing, right? And you talked about the bugs. You talked about the bugs. I'm sorry.
I mean, when it comes to the pricing, look, I think it's sleazy. I do, especially offering the deluxe edition for both platforms when there's a free upgrade. I don't think that they originally intended to do this. I think the backlash is what changed that original. Because if you look at it, they weren't originally going to do it with a couple games, and they ended up like going back on it. I don't think that was the plan here. I feel like you guys know how I've always felt. I do feel like Sony doesn't appreciate the day one purchases of the PS5. I just, in no realm, shape, or form am I going to feel like charging people to use features that you promoted with the console is right. They can do what they want. They're the owners of it. And it's like, you know, when it comes to the $10 difference thing, like, I don't care because I ain't buying the game. Right. But like, if you guys feel strong about this, go talk to a lawyer and file a class action lawsuit. and that's the only thing you can really do. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, you're not gonna buy the game. You weren't gonna buy the game anyway. Like, it's just like, look, like, and as far as like waiting for sales, like, we impatient people, we ain't doing that. Like, it's just like, look, like, they got us by our hobby, and I've always said, you punish companies that take advantage of your hobby. But at the end of the day, if they want to do that, they want to charge 90, and you guys go out and spend 90. And I'm Sony. I'm like, yo, let's charge 100. Like,
keep
like it's just like, look, like, if you feel that strong, don't buy the game.
That's a fact.
I don't know what else to say when it comes to stuff like that. Like, I feel like it is sleazy. I'm not going to ever like go against the consumer base on something that I truly do feel is a wrong move, and them charging an extra $10. Then as far as like hiding the PlayStation, like, I'm not on my PS5 a lot, but when I am, they don't really promote PS4 editions of anything.
Right. No,
so
sorry.
I don't think that they would, like, people's like, oh, they're hiding the PlayStation 4 edition of Horizon. I didn't see the PlayStation 4 edition of Sifu. I didn't see the PlayStation 4 edition of any of the games.
I did.
Like, they don't really put them on the front page and stuff.
I see it when I do digital.
But Addict, that's what I'm talking about. It would all those other games you were just talking about, there's no issue because there was no controversy around any of those games when it came to pricing. It's this game in particular because of what they did a year and a half ago. So, and that's the only reason this is in the news. That's it.
Just to clarify, when you buy a game, because I didn't even try to buy this. Like, is the PS4 edition not even on the store? Did they take it off the store?
That's for Horizon. For Horizon, I personally did not see the PlayStation 4 version.
But my thing is, when I go and buy games on the PlayStation 5, I've unless I directly search for the PS4 version, like search the game word for word, and they all pop in. I've never seen.
No, I have. I've had that issue with Miles Morales. Go ahead, Forte. Yeah.
Now I was gonna say, if you go into the PlayStation Store and sort it by PS4, it will show you every game in there that's PS4.
Right, but
Horizon Zero Dawn. I mean,
but at that point, you're
talking about you mainly searching. No, but here's the point. I know where you're going at it, and I got to jump in. This is the problem I have. The problem I have.
My PS5.
Yeah, you do. But the problem I have is that I go say, all right, I'm gonna search Miles Morales or whatever it is. In my opinion, if I'm on the PS5, right, I don't know why I'm seeing all these versions of a different console, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just seems a little weird anyway. So if that was already the status quo, that when I search for a game, they're going to show me the PS4 version and they're going to show me the PS5 version, right? Which they've kind of shown me every time I do digital, because I'm pretty much all digital. But in this case, it's like, nah, fam, here's the PS5 version.
Yeah.
And I know there's a PS4 version because we know about the $10 thing. So that's where I think where Forte is saying where they're getting a lot of the vitriol, because in every other case, they've made both available, which I personally don't even like. I feel if I have a PS5, honestly, I shouldn't even see a PS4. I do agree with that, but it's like they've already set the precedent that they've done it all these other times. So it is weird. Okay, so
I think the precedent was set because they messed up. Like,
right.
I think they really had that whole thing with the dual SKUs on the PS5 was never supposed to be a thing. I don't know. It was. We talked about how the UI was kind of coming in hot, and the things they did with the UI to sort of make it be different. Kind of, it just took a UI that was simple and worked well and confused it for no reason. So I think that underlying layer where you're seeing the PS4 version for no reason on your PS5 is just something that they, for whatever reason, haven't been able to get away from.
And to jump in, and again, that's why, because to be honest, I'm not trying to console war this thing. I thought Xbox was just marketing talk with smart delivery. I'm like, whatever, fam, you smart delivery, whatever, right? But now when I see, I'm like, oh, okay, and now I don't have to pay a $10 or whatever it is to upgrade it or have the enhancement that's going to take advantage of my new console. It's automatically, intrinsically going to be upgraded. So here comes Addict screen sharing, and that's what it is. So yeah, what's up? What you doing? You going on?
I'm just We're gonna do homework for a second. Can you see it right?
Yeah, because clearly you didn't do this before the show, which you should have. But
No, like I didn't know, but the way people are acting like it, like
yeah, it's a thing.
you look at this, you click the Horizon game. It's the PS5 version, the
It says
$69.99.
PS5 and PS4, but on the logo.
But you guys say it's hidden. Like it literally says it right there. Let's see if you scroll down, and it's like the different version.
Right, PS5.
So
Yeah,
there's
there's no
that.
PS4 version there.
But I've never seen that. Like, let's look. This is another cross.
Go to Miles. Go to what you call it? Go to Miles Morales. That's another one.
Because I ain't on this enough to know what's going on. See the PS5, PS4 version. So if you go down,
wait, scroll up. You're going too fast. Okay, choose which edition. You got the ultimate.
This is the PS5 version.
But you have to click on the three little dots, and that'll show you. You'll change the version there.
Ultimate edition, the PS5 version. Like I've never seen them just openly try to get me to buy a PS4 version of anything. What's another game that's
you do have to? I'm with Attic on this one. You do have to do a little extra legwork to see the PS4 version.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, to me, like if you look up the actual game, Horizon. Then you see.
Oh, it comes up. Both.
Yeah, there it is.
Right, and you see there's no.
There it is.
How differently would y'all feel if this wasn't a Sony studio?
I don't know.
Well, see, we don't have that option. We don't have that issue because Microsoft has this part done. Like for the most part,
Microsoft. I'm talking about the studio that makes the game.
Gorilla.
I ain't talking about the platform wars.
I don't think anybody.
But
I don't think anybody
we
would
can't
care.
really. We can't really go off something like that because it's a store. Like it's not like
right,
you
can we
can't go.
move
You
on?
don't
'Cause
go
I
to
gotta move the
websites
show
to buy
along.
games.
You know
Move
what's
on
funny?
now.
You know what's funny?
Let's get this.
This is the last we'll ever hear about this because you're paying 70 moving forward. Jim made that very clear. So Gran Turismo, $70.
No doubt. Look, we got to move because we dragging this crazy.
One last question
Yes,
before, and we haven't asked this yet. So much of the first game was talked about through the lens of Breath of the Wild, right? And a lot of it, sometimes to its detriment, sometimes not. In a week, we get Elden Ring. And Elden Ring has been rumored to do things with open world that we haven't seen before. That it is really taking that, that adventure, the idea of an open world adventure game and taking it to that next level with that from sauce that makes it, difficult, whatever. Do you think we start talking about Forbidden West through a lens of what Elden Ring does to kind of push the genre forward? Do we start talking about that in a week?
So, like, you think like the zeitgeist,
the same effect, the same effect that kind of Breath of the Wild had, it'll happen again with Elden Ring.
I see what you say. Like, his history could repeat itself because. Look, I'll jump in because I didn't get just much to talk. Everyone's talking. Yeah, thank you. I like to get my opinion sometimes. I think this. I am concerned only because of the timing. We all came into February like, good Lord, we got to make business decisions. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're a Souls guy, this is what you've been waiting for. This is the dream joint. You know what I'm saying? If you're a Sony guy, you're like, yo, Horizon, Gorilla, at its peak, like pushing boundaries.
Not to mention Destiny too.
You know what I'm saying? Then I'm a Destiny guy, so I'm like, I don't care what none of y'all talk about. I'm on Witch Queen. Like, I don't really care. Like, that's just what it is for me. So sorry. So it's like, again, I don't know. The key is going to be if Elden Ring lands the plane correct. If Elden Ring lands the plane and it's glitch smooth and it's no glitches, no bugs, no major issues, and then aren't they attempting some form of co-op in their game as well?
I mean, there's always been co-op in their game,
right? And then, but it also in conjunction with an open world, right? So it's like they're really broadening the scope. They got a lot to do. I'm not saying they won't execute, but if they do, then I'm with Solve. If Elden Ring hits, it's going out of this world. Like, that's just how the Souls community is. And I'm not a Souls guy, but I respect them. I know when that game hit, I've seen Kid Smooth do them games on stream. I've seen what the attention it brings. People love to see the pain of others go through the boss or whatever. It's just a thing. It's a movement. And if it hits, then yes, Solve. I don't think Horizon can survive that if it's that. And I think to the Metacritic point, which I'll answer, I think that's why the fanboys are in an uproar, because a lot of them are putting their stake like, yo, if we get that 90 plus, we on the Keegley show. And we could throw this in people's face.
I think they're gonna be on the
at the Keegley show. Like, that's, let's call it what it is. That people, and then to what, Kit was saying, I do agree on some level that it's like, yo, like, the Xbox community at the end of the last year, they had a great end of year. Forza Horizon, critically acclaimed. Halo Infinite, acclaimed, right? So people want to throw this score over you like, yeah, fam, the real dogs are here. This is the real, you know what I'm saying? And some people can't do that, you know what I'm saying? Because of it, and that's where we get the thing. But to the point about the $10, I'm going to stay on my square on it. I do think it is deceptive marketing. I do. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I do agree with Neil, Lord AerialKnight, that they have earned the right to charge whatever they want. That is correct. You value it perceived. That's what you said is your value. You think is worth. I'm all about you get your bag. However, all I say is, like, can you just be clear where the pricing is? That's all I care about. Just because most gamers, let's be real, are going to want to know. They don't want to go through a website and they don't want to go through some back end app to try to find a version to save money. Especially to Forte's point, if they got on their soapbox and said, hey guys, we're sorry about the cross-generational thing. We're sorry. We're gonna make this free upgrade for people for those first generation joints. So we're not gonna pay. And then to kind of do this, then it's kind of the moral transparency is on you to make that available, in my opinion. But Attic, let's get your comment, and then we gotta move on because we beat this one to death.
The only thing I don't really care what they do with the pricing thing, but the only thing that makes me go towards your guys is more, I'm like 60-40. You know what I'm saying? Is that deluxe edition that promotes both of them. That's the one that I look at that I'm like, you can't realistically expect me to believe that this was well thought of when you have free upgrade and you're selling a deluxe edition for like $20 more that comes with both when they're free upgrades. So
yeah, I'm with you. I just don't like the handling of the upgrades. I said it with Ghost of Tsushima, and that's my favorite game. I love them. Oh my god! But I didn't like the way to play. But look, we move on long enough. Super chats, we gotta move on. We got 2 other topics to get out. I didn't think this was going to go duo list. Jesus.
Well, to be fair, you did have 3 topics in one topic. So
what it was 3 aspects. The game has so much to talk about. In fairness, what you guys saw.
Yeah, let me roll.
You rolling back, no doubt. Shit, mods! I need the mods in here. We got people trying to do things. Mods, get them out here trying to sell a website. What's going on out here, man?
Yeah,
what's going on in here? hotforthenight.com in here. Get out of here. No
we already have it after dark. We don't need another one.
Stop putting your .com in here, please. Continue. Let's go.
All right, cool. So we got Hardgate Chani, $10 super chat. The PlayStation joke about Monopoly is because of this. Exclusive COD is a Monopoly. Number one revenue game is Pokemon at 90 billion. Mario's number 2 at 30 billion. COD is 3 at 17 billion. Is Nintendo Monopoly issue is Game Pass, not COD. That is a very good point. Then we got Hot Grits 910, $5 super chat. I'm Xbox first, but these Sony exclusives put the money on the screen with graphics fidelity they almost never miss.
They've always done it.
They've always done it.
Yeah.
Then we have Don Otaku, $5 super chat. Horizon Forbidden West is a nice appetizer for the real open world game of the years, Breath of the Wild 2 and Starfield. Maybe Horizon 3, it will surpass Breath of the Wild 1. So that's
this guy.
You know Don Otaku. You know
the bad bit gonna choke somebody through the screen. Hearing this.
Then we got Splendiferous, member for $5. So what are y'all telling me is that she want to date, but she don't want to date. She want to talk to you, but she don't want to talk to you. She's gonna be a very hungry woman.
Oh my Lord. Ridiculous.
Then we have Graham C, $5 super chat. Horizon is the most effort I've ever seen put into rendering dreads, and it's for a white girl.
Movie guys.
There we got Hargi Chidi, $5 super chat. Remedy releasing its first stinker made King sick. That get well soon, bro. There we got Owen Cog is a secret Nintendo fanboy.
Oh my god.
Let's God. Here we go.
Someone made an account that's called it Toast is more interesting than
they
Alloy.
messy. They messy.
That's crazy.
Super messy.
Then we got Splendiferous. Once again, $2 super chat. Yes, Hargeet, he has buried his NES under the Xbox and his PS5. Okay. Then we got CW Griswold, $5 super chat. Horizon Forbidden West is fire, but it has issues. Bad collision detection, no anti-aliasing in 60 FPS mode, and some bugs that cause frame rate issues. Not perfect. That's fine. Always Cola, $5 super chat. With Metacritic, people need to realize that the world does not move to the beat of just one drum. What might be right for you might not be right for some.
Good.
Is that different strokes? Yeah, I think that's what different strokes.
I think so.
Yeah. And we got Freddie Fox coming out of
the
retirement.
gangster.
Freddie Fox.
Freddie Fox.
Freddie
He used to shake up the South Bronx back in the day. Salute to him.
What's up, fellas? Loving Horizon Forbidden West, but I've got some really bad pop-in at times, hoping it gets fixed because the pop-in wasn't that bad in the first game. I got to pay more attention because I have not seen any of that.
Solve, I never see that kind of stuff. Like, I've always, I never see it. None of that pop in.
I mean, I wasn't looking for it necessarily, but I guess I'll look for it now.
I know people that will see one frame and see it.
Some people who really like skyboxes and you want to look over the horizon. I can see. Yeah, some people it depends on how your gameplay focuses.
Then we got the Everborn Saga, $5 super shout out to you, sir.
Salute.
Recently engaged.
Recently engaged. We saw the need. We saw you in Paris. Yeah. We saw her in Paris. You did it big, bro. I see you. Beautiful. A beautiful thing, brother.
Best lens to look at meta scores is with a 5-point standard deviation. Yeah, a lot of people going to 5-point scales now.
Yeah.
And we have Matt Titchbon, member for 2 months. Thank you, sir. I've been an Xbox boy since day one, but Horizon Forbidden West really has me thirsting for a PlayStation 5.
That's all right,
I guess that's the desired effect, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they
Smooth
want.
clearly doesn't want his. He always saying, "Won't you hit up Smooth and buy his?"
Continue.
There we got Jay Nichols, $5 super chat. They, the PS content fakers, won't call them out. Horizon Forbidden West was delayed a year and a single-player only game with bugs. If it was Halo, it would get a 6.5.
Okay.
There's a lot to say.
I think it's like, why people care so much about this score, though? But moving on. I don't want to drag this. Continue.
Then we got Hot Grits. Once again, $2 super chat. Yo, I need them review numbers, fam. Yeah, see, a lot of people the number is easy. I get it. It's easy to digest, but kind of doing the review a disservice. Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. Horizon uplift in cost could be considered fraudulent, waiting for the lawsuit.
You sound like you eager.
You sound like, oh, yeah.
You sound like you ready. Good.
There we go. Don't even got a PlayStation.
Yo! I'm done. Continue.
Yo, Malcolm Majestic, $10 super chat. How does Sony get away with $70 price point? With a $7 price point, they would kill Xbox. Yes, Xbox. Listen, they're gonna be as consumer friendly as possible. We know this. Then we got Black Ronin, member for 10 months. Yeah. I agree with Addict. DL2 is fun, and the minor bugs I came across aren't as bad as the stuff I've seen. And he has the numbers wrong. Horizon Forbidden West. He has the letters wrong. So I'm like, what the hell game is that?
What game is that?
Forbidden Horizon West. Aloy skating around like the Winter Olympics. I didn't see any of that, man. I guess I'm lucky.
Bug. It was funny.
Oh, there's a bug running around? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple people posting that their consoles was breaking over the platform.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's get it.
Knock on wood. Big Cloud Gaming member for 12 months. Shout out to you, brother.
Salute the homie.
I'm late as usual. What up, Lords? Panel and chat. Horizon is addicting. No doubt. Enjoy, my brother.
No doubt. Salute Big Cloud. Doing big
Then we got Matt Titchbon again, £5 super chat. Love the mutual respect being shown by everyone in the panel. ILP showing everyone how it's done. Hit the like button, folks. Show your support. Exactly. Every opinion here is welcome as long as it's said respectfully.
Exactly. We can all differ, but we can be respectful. That's all we ask.
Then we got Doovy, $5 super chat. The real issue is the pricing. If it's a free upgrade, why not have both at $60? At $60, it wouldn't matter what version of it is showing. Shady Station 5.
Yo, moving on.
Oh, let me see if we had any more that jumped me. We got Mr. Come on. We got
Last one was
second.
Good. I think I see.
I got
the
it.
next.
I
Okay.
got it.
Plager? Yeah.
£3 super chat. 70% PS5, 30% PS4 UK physical for a white case.
Okay. Physical gaming.
Yeah, physical gaming. Dragonheart Yobi, $5 super chat. Listen, Iron Lords presents. This is the future talk and ILP video game. We hear, bro.
We hear you.
Just wait on it. ILP burst. The seeds have been planted. # peace, love, life.
Salute. Love.
And we have Mr. Irishman, member for 8 months. PS5 games here in Northern Ireland are £70, which is much closer to $95.
It's a real thing with some issues. Vote with your wallet, man. However you want to do it. But let's move on. Addict, you're up, man. What's going on? A lot of EA have a town hall. Some are saying, as far as Battlefield, the reasons why they may have not received the success, but then EA kind of made a statement about, saying that not entirely all of it's true. But what's your thoughts? This is your topic. I'm gonna let you kick it off.
Yeah, apparently they are. Oh, we all know what happened with Battlefield. They came out with that game. It had a lot of network issues, a lot of bugs in general. They made overall decisions about the game that a lot of the core community didn't like. And then instead of taking all of that at face value and looking from the inner to figure out what they did wrong, they came out and blamed Halo Infinite. So, oh man, I'm sorry, Carl. Could you finish?
No, I got you. Yeah, you got you, bro. So look, this has been the controversy. The initial report was that they were allegedly, blaming COVID, Halo Infinite, amongst other factors. But the vibe, they actually gave more clarification in this town hall meeting as far as the vibe. And they admitted, like, they failed to meet player expectation. They pretty much said that they were utilizing an older engine, and as far as from Frostbite, and then they moved to a new engine, which they said, it gave the development team more variables than before. They did talk about, obviously, the surprise launch of Halo Infinite at that time, but they really felt like the critical reception just wasn't as good, and they elaborated to say that they're going to really look into it. So, what's the vibe? Let's start with AerialKnight. What's your vibe when you see EA kind of like get in front of this and list the reasons to why they felt they didn't meet player expectation?
I don't know. When I first heard it, I didn't really care. I was like, this is like a quote without context.
Right.
I'm sure they you got to think about the people who made the game. Sorry if I'm talking too low again. The people who made the game, who have to sit there and their jobs on the line. They got to figure out what they can do better, what they couldn't control, what they could control. I don't think it's a necessarily wrong take to say a surprise Halo kind of messed up their numbers,
right? Because
any game that came out that same day would have got flexed on by Halo.
It was hell.
So I can't. It is what it is. I ain't mad at it.
Yeah. No, I feel that. It is what it is. Let's get Kid, because I feel like he's really got a lot of Battlefield, Call of Duty type of sensibility sometimes. But where you at with this when EA comes out and makes these statements and alleged town meeting? As far again, we don't have the direct quotes from everything, but that was what alleged. What was just some of the factors?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm just happy they acknowledged it. I said this would happen. That Halo is going to have an impact on Battlefield and Call of Duty, maybe more Battlefield than it does Call of Duty, because Call of Duty was still going to sell, but we've seen Battlefield struggle before in terms of not hitting the metrics that they're targeting. They stumbled out of the gate with after they did 1, which was like, all right, they stumbled out of the gate with 5 because people had they had the bad PR problem with that,
right.
And then this was supposed to be the savior. But the thing is, the writing was on a wall from the buggy beta, the delays.
Yeah.
It was pretty rough.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure they knew, like, come on, the industry talks. I mean, the game came out a week after Halo Infinite, so
they delayed it, right? Did they delay it like 2 weeks or something initially?
Yeah, yeah. The game was originally supposed to come out in October, and I think the game ended up coming out in the last week of November. The thing is, though, at the end of you still were going to get your pre-orders is your pre-orders. I'm pretty sure your pre-orders would solidify, you know, well beyond, you know, the release date. Because to my understanding, didn't Battlefield start out strong on player base?
I don't remember off top. I just know there was a tremendous drop off.
Yeah, it was a tremendous drop off at that point. Halo's already been out, and you know, people have been saying Halo's dead. You know what I mean? They keep highlighting Halo's Steam numbers dropping off at that point, though. You would think. I feel like sure you can blame COVID. Every publisher and developer is blaming COVID. It's impacted everyone, so they can get that. Halo, yeah, it had an impact on them, but I think at the end of the day, you remove Halo from the instance, I think Battlefield still suffers the same fate. Because at the end of the day, it's not like they address any of the issues that the game has or anything like that. Didn't they just delay their season as well? So
doesn't have a scoreboard.
Yeah. That too. I mean, if kids finished, then Babbitt, you can jump right on it if kid was finished.
Yeah, but no, that's I just was happy that they acknowledged that Halo's had some input, because I've been saying it's going to impact one of those games, but I'm a skedaddle. Like I feel myself like I'm running on like fumes right now.
Nah,
but
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for coming through, bro. For real.
And I appreciate it. Shout out to Ariel, Babbitt, Sovereign, Addict, Cognito, and
I appreciate you, man.
Lords. All right.
No doubt, brother.
All right, bro.
Have a good one, bro. No doubt.
Hey, yo, real quick, I just want to note that people
up?
saying, Battlefield's blaming Halo. I don't think it has anything to do with blaming.
Right.
I think it's just pointing out the situations. Because like, people forget that my game came out last week, same day as the Cyberpunk update.
Yeah. What you gonna do?
And it killed me.
Like what you gonna do?
What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, what you gonna do? Exactly. And shout out to no, it's a good point, Ariel. Shout out to KSanti, who made a good point in conjunction with what you said. He said, well, to be fair, they didn't necessarily blame Halo directly. They basically said they didn't release a good product, and then Halo came out more polished. He said it's the media that spun it to make it sound like they blamed Halo. That's actually a good point. They didn't actually say, yo, Halo Infinite, yo, if you wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? But I understand the thing. But continue. Let's get this going. I gotta get Mr. Babbitt and Forte if he's still here. But
yeah, I'm here.
All right, bro. Let's get Babbitt though. I want it because Babbitt she want to chime in real quick on this.
Oh, I'm sorry, this hurts. I'm a huge Battlefield fan. Have been since I think like Battlefield 2. It's been a minute. So, that trailer got me originally, where you got the guy popping out of the jet with the rocket launcher. Woo-wee. But then after hearing the buggy alpha and then the excuses out of people in the beta, I kind of knew where things were going to go with that game, unfortunately. And, from what we understand, it did not hit any of its sales goals. Yeah. So this is catastrophic for a brand and a series that I really love and appreciate. It's just sad. Yeah, this isn't them blaming Halo. It's just one of the many things that really were evident at that launch that hurt it. And the only people that they have to blame are themselves, because they wanted to appeal to shareholders at the end of the day. They wanted to make sure that those numbers were on the up and up. And I feel, as a Battlefield fan, it did irreparable. I just made up a word. Harm to that series. I don't know how it comes back. How do you get the faith? Because Battlefield usually launches a little rough around the edges, but you don't have a scoreboard.
Yeah.
You don't have any way to you don't even have voice chat.
Bro, I know it was cold
What
red
is this?
when they brought Vince and Pella in.
Yeah.
Now I'm like,
So it just hurts, because I don't want to see anybody hurt over there at DICE. They're already working their butts off. So it sucks to see. That said, though, I do also have to head out, and I feel bad.
No, brother. It's cool. You guys held it down, man. We needed to go. We put the call out, and the realm came through to hold us down. We appreciate it, Mr. Babbitt.
We had a 2-hour Horizon conversation.
Yeah, conversation that just was organic, But I'll tell the people where they can find you, what you got going on before you head out, bro.
Of course, man. You can find me over at Mr. Badbit. You can find my podcast, The Trophy Room, a PlayStation podcast made by the players for the players, where each and every Thursday, me and my best friend Kyle talk about the latest and greatest in all things PlayStation.
Keep it paid.
Each and every Thursday. Find us on Apple Podcasts, Google Play, all those places. Maybe check out a review that will be hitting the podcast this week.
Review? Okay. Let's go. My
everybody,
man.
a pleasure meeting you, Ariel, and Kid, who is gone now.
Yep.
But also, Lord Cognito,
My
you've
brother.
been killing it, man. You've been killing
Thank
it.
you, brother. My brother.
And Salvin Attic, you guys are just all right. I love you.
You guys are just yo.
Great, thank you.
My man,
Much
Mr.
love to
Pimpin.
both. Much love to both.
Much
See
love.
you guys.
Peace, brother. Forte, you still rocking? Just want to make sure.
Yo,
What's
yeah,
up?
because I'm gonna get up out of here.
Because you got to get about. You on break? Get back to work. But
Yeah,
get
I
me
gotta
get your
go
tape
back
before you get back to
at
work.
11 o'clock.
Let's go. Let's go.
Sell some more Horizons.
Yes,
but
please.
yeah, man.
What's your thought?
this one
Battlefield,
hurts.
man. I know this was our
Man.
joy. Remember, this was the one me and you said, yo, we playing this day one. We don't care.
Day one. I was like, Halo gonna be in the bushes when Battlefield comes out. But listen, man, this one hurts because, like, I agree with everybody. I don't think in general that they were like blaming Halo for it. It was just the kind of the situation, but they knew what they were doing. They first of all, when everything is falling apart around you, you don't turn around and blame someone else. You look at yourself and say, what did we do to our major franchise that everybody's having a problem with it?
Mhm.
And it was just a situation where I just feel like once the hit detection was busted in the game, there's no scoreboard in the game. It's like, I put over 1,000 hours in Battlefield 4, and that was like one of the most busted games you could play when it came out. And it took them 2 years to fix that game, but it was something about that game when it came to just the gameplay style. When the game worked, it was amazing, and it worked 90% of the time. It was just bad 10% of the time.
Mhm.
For this game, there's just no redeeming qualities for it. It's like everything is. It's like we talk about Halo being a skeleton of itself.
Mhm.
I mean, Battlefield's not even. It's not even an entity at this point. Like, what is this game? And then it's just disheartening to hear them talk about this game. And I come to the realization that, you know, EA is definitely at fault, but I'm starting to believe that DICE isn't what I thought they were. You know, DICE.
Spicy.
Look, you can only rock with a studio for so long, and I gave 343 the same smoke. I was like,
you did.
They haven't given us a complete Halo game over the course of the last generation. This is the best that we have gotten, and granted, the game is still being polished and finished up, and the jury's still out on that. But for DICE, over the last generation, every Battlefield game they've given us has been problem after problem, fix after fix. Even going back to the Star Wars games, which they made the Star Wars, the Battlefront 1 and Battlefront 2, they created those games too. And this is a consistent thing with them. So as much as we blame EA because of microtransactions and getting games out in front of quarters, we also got to blame the fact that, DICE, what's really going on when it comes to just the development of these games and getting them out. I understand you're under a deadline, but sometimes you just got to tell the publisher, like, this game it's not going to be ready. It's not going to be ready. We can't get this out because you're basically going to kill this franchise. And if that's the case, then bye-bye Battlefield. But it hurts my soul because outside of Destiny, this is my second favorite franchise when it comes to first-person shooters. And I can't even attempt to defend this game because there's nothing to defend.
No, that's real. That's real, brother. Appreciate it.
So I appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing. Shout out to you guys. Y'all held down an amazing show without the king here, which I knew would happen. But some people in the chat was like, I don't know, it's gonna be pretty spooky today.
We had lost subs.
But yeah, right, exactly. So you guys have a great day, Neil. Nice meeting you.
Well, Forte, before you go, also tell people where they can find you and what's going on.
Oh yeah, well you can find me at Gaming Forte, YouTube, Twitter, Xbox Live, PlayStation, where my mic is 75% better than it is right now because I'm at work. But it's good to be here. DPS podcast with my homeboy Slow-Mo Backslap every Thursday 9 p.m. It will be on his channel next week. It's on my channel this week. So you guys have a great weekend. And,
I gotta read this super chat. He said, "Slow-Mo, $2 super chat. Once again, Frostbite engine is trash." You know how he be going hard on Frostbite.
Listen, no slander on rest in peace, Dizzy. No slander when Frostbite is mentioned because Dizzy cannot.
Dizzy would go hard for Frostbite. Yeah. Salute to Dizzy, man. Rest in peace.
But definitely, you guys have a great rest of the show. And Neil, nice meeting you, bro. Like I said, even though you're a Lions fan, I still respect you. Matthew Stafford, shout out to Matthew Stafford for proving those Lions wrong again.
God.
And you guys have a great day. I'll
No
talk to y'all
doubt.
later.
Love, bro. You already know. Soft Battlefield. What you feeling on this EA's assessments?
It's funny. Slow-mo took like one of my points right there with the Frostbite engine.
Ooh,
So
slander.
this is the first thing. Obviously, look at mainstream media is not necessarily they'll dip into the hyperbole sometimes, right? And I guess somebody commented out of this private meeting that happened around like the realities of where the game was and how it launched, and they took that and ran with it, and it became a thing where they're blaming Halo, they're blaming this. The fact of the matter is that because of like Ariel said, like anytime you have a surprise drop in the market, it's gonna affect something. And in this case, 2 shooters. One came out more polished, and the one that came out more polished, it was simply because they saw the writing on the wall a long time before that their game was going to come out not polished. And so obviously the market is going to affect, whatever's happening that day is going to affect the success of your game if your game is not up to snuff. So it was just an acknowledgement of the market conditions that existed at that moment that also added to the fact that their game wasn't successful. So to that Frostbite engine, I tell you, it's always, to me, is the canary in the coal mine when they talk about Frostbite. And when they say, hey, we were working on a 2-year-old version of Frostbite for our brand new Battlefield game, and they essentially had to build it from the ground up again. I don't know, obviously, I don't know the ins and outs of DICE and how they work, if they have a separate team just working on the engine and then a team working on games. Obviously, because the engine is used on other games, you would think you have a dedicated team to making sure that engine is up to speed and updated for all games that run on the engine. So it's just always, it's that this issue with Frostbite and their desire to use it in as many properties as possible. If you look at kind of their decline over the past decade, a lot of it has been attributed to issues with that. Beyond that, and the fact that I still don't think there's enough of a separation between the decisions made in the boardroom and the design decisions made in the studio that actually affect the game to come out. I think those two things, there's still too much of a confluence of those two things that negatively impact the games that come out. And we've seen it with, the decisions that were made with Battlefront up front, the things that have happened with Anthem and stuff like that. And obviously this with Battlefield, like Badbit was saying, Battlefield over the past decade has seen sort of a kind of a decline. So for me, I don't know, man, figure it out when it comes to Frostbite, or pay the licensing fees and go with something else and not worry about it. It just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. So again, the game, there were a lot of factors that contributed to this game not being received as well as they had hoped. And, the COVID thing, I think, is still very real. I think
absolutely.
When you think about, it's only kind of been 2 years. If you figure you have to change your entire way of working during the course of a 2-year period and actually do that faster so you can get up and running and be able to continue to work on the game, it's not an easy thing to do. So for me, there's a lot of things that are attributed to it. I think they need to figure out in general how they work with this engine and how they apply it to their games, and a better cadence of if the game is not ready, you can't tell me that you looked at this game and you thought it was ready to go. Like, I just don't understand. And to me, like I said before, it just feels like the boardroom still has too much influence of what happens on the ground floor when it comes to these games and where they should be and when they should come out. And it's a sad thing to see, because Battlefield is a giant. And to see it reduced to this sucks.
I'll jump in. I really got much to add. I mean, the legacy is everything. And to me, again, when you kind of toe the line with wanting to release a game in a specific window, and to me, I should have caught it when the delay, they say, oh, it's going to be delayed. And I'm a guy that's like, yo, when I hear a delay, I get excited. I'll be like, yes,
let's go.
Yes, take your time, brother. Ain't no need to rush this out, especially when it's something I love. Like, I love Battlefield. Like, I want you to take your time. So if you feeling internally, but when the delay was like, yeah, 2 weeks, I'm like, that's a very short delay. Like, that's it. Like, okay, like, so to me, it's like your intent is still to hit this target, and we get it. Money, development, I get it. You know, I do feel, yes, Halo Infinite played a big factor. The fact, especially the fact it's a free to play multiplayer as well. You know, so that definitely plays into it. But with the state that this game launched, it was, again, I used the Godfather reference. Like, look what they did to my boy. I'm not going to see it like that. I'm not playing it until, like, I fired it up and I'm like, nah. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to come back to the drawing board. It's too many basic things that are missing. And yeah, I mean, as far as the engine stuff, I don't know. I mean, if internally they knew that this is it's going to be a challenge, really learning this new engine, or for moving away from Frostbite, then you need more time and you need time allocated. Because here's the thing, what's the alternative? Now the brand is tarnished. Now people are looking at it and saying, yo, what's going on? Battlefield is now kind of like the laughing stock out of, we came into this saying, yo, how is Halo going to survive? Versus Call of Duty and Battlefield in the same window. And now look what's happened. You know what I'm saying? Halo is still here. Yeah, they got their issues, but nothing to the extent of this. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's a sad thing.
Question.
Yeah. Okay, what's up, bro?
Because I think the thing that we forget sometimes, because y'all not y'all, but like gamers in general, they don't understand the dev perspective.
Break it down.
Like Battlefield having bugs, all that stuff, and y'all not being happy with it, completely justified. How you feel about it, that's how you feel. And I completely understand. You say, hey, I want this game to be better, I want it to be cleaner, I don't want all these things to be wrong with it. I get that. From the conversations that we don't have are the conversations like, what are you willing to give up for that to be like perfect on day one?
Good point.
So are y'all willing to have a super short game? Remember what they did to that one Sony game with the werewolves and whatever, and everybody got mad.
The Order. Yeah.
The Order. They tried it. It was a clean game out the gate. Wasn't a lot of bugs. Wasn't
Great
a lot of
point.
issues.
Great point you're making.
But everybody was super mad that it was so short. But it was small, but it had everything you wanted in it.
Right.
So you can't have it both ways. You can't have these super big games and expect these studios who are massive. They might have 800 people or whatever, but there's never enough people to test for everything. There's always going to be these bugs that they don't see, stuff that they don't know about until it's out.
Right.
And I'm not saying like give them a pass or anything like that. I'm saying like just
the sacrifices, the balance of what are you willing, and you're making a good point. Not to cut you. I just want to jump in one other thing, because where your point resonates with me is, look, I have been on the record. I felt Halo Infinite should have been delayed, even to this one, right? But when I was listening to the Joseph Staten interview, and it came down to the quality control, and they like, look, we got a decision to make, and when it comes to co-op on launch and Forge, right? And he chose, I'd rather the core gameplay and the quality and the base of the game be worked on, and then we ship these other things that are core features from every other Halo franchise that other people were very upset, including myself. I was. But when I heard him break it down from a development standpoint, I said, you know what? If that's the case and it's going to drop, I would rather them choose the core gameplay mechanics being functional and it's a working game, as opposed to features. Even though I love it, I'm co-op to the death. That's traditional. So it hurts me to even say this. But if that was the decision, I'm always going to go on the quality of the game, because to me, that is what's going to keep you alive. If the core gameplay is fun and stuff, then I'm fine. But once, this is where I lean Saul's way. I understand where you're going there, but where I lean Saul's way is just like, but internally, you got to know, hey, we might not meet this target. We might not meet this target, right? And if we have to sacrifice, okay, great, we'll sacrifice. But my question, and I guess with Battlefield, which was so confusing, is the delay. Because it was like, I get it. That, to me, that's an internal recognition. We need more time. We need something. But why only 2 weeks? I just didn't understand that. That was my confusion. But
I get that. Like, and real quick, I just want to address the chat real quick so they understand where I'm coming from. I'm saying it's really, really easy to say, yo, it needed more time. Yo, they should have did X, Y, or Z. Yo, they should have just like worked on it forever until it was perfect. I'm saying let's have a harder conversation and try to understand their perspective as well, and not just say, oh, they trash, they need to do
right. Facts. I feel that.
The thing is, though, why I can't 100% get on that kind of ideology. I got ideology, whatever. Ideology, yeah. Ideology is,
we got it.
Is they dictate that conversation. They're the ones that offer us. They're the ones that offer us the content. They're the ones that promote the content. This game didn't have a campaign in it. Let's keep that in mind. It was strictly multiplayer.
That's a good point.
And I'm not defending them. Like,
I'm not saying you're defending them. I'm saying that from a standpoint, I can only speak from a consumer standpoint and an influencer standpoint. And when I bought that game, I didn't buy it, but you get what I'm saying. Like the game was clearly busted. And it's like, look, I think it's probably about 50-50. I would probably put a little bit more blame on DICE because of this isn't the first rodeo they've had. And clearly they've had multiple games come out that wasn't standing up to people's standpoint. I mean, Battlefield 5. I know a lot of people didn't like Battlefield 1. Like, for the most part, people have been saying that Battlefield has been in a huge downtrend for years. And this is just the straw that broke the camel's back. When you look at it from, what's going on with how I see it, when do you honestly see people bring up competition in the statements? Like, to me, they generally try to stay away from bringing up other people's games. They don't really do that. That's not standard. I don't think
it wasn't a statement. I mean, the context of the conversation got out, and then it got contextualized differently. It wasn't a statement. Like, somebody took those words and turned it into that.
It's like someone listening to a meeting internally.
Yeah.
And then,
then we to me, you bring up Halo, you're bringing up Halo because you're saying, look, Halo blindsided us.
Right.
It took a lot of the pump that we was having, and that's what happened there. I don't see you bringing up Halo without trying to throw some of the blame.
No, they did. They did. In fairness, they did. They went in on themselves. They did.
Yeah, I get that. Well, I'm not saying they didn't go on themselves. I'm saying that from a business aspect, I don't see how you would bring up another entity without trying to put some of the blame on that entity.
Nah, because if you think about it this way, look at this, right? If let's say a game comes out just as broken as it came out, Route. If there was no Halo out at that point, the player base would have been bigger on Battlefield, regardless of how bad the game was.
That's what I'm saying. They were saying, look, Halo stole some of the and like I get that. I get that they didn't directly do it, but to me, you bringing up the game in general means that you're trying to put some kind of blame on why your game wasn't successful onto that game. But regardless if it was negative or regardless if it was positive, and regardless if you didn't intentionally try to blame Halo, you were saying, look, at the end of the day, Halo stole some of our spark.
I think it's part of it. I think it's part of it. I think it's just listing factors. To me, this is like having an internal discussion. Yeah. If we offline and we like, yo, why ain't ILP hitting 500,000 subs? You know what I'm saying? Right? And we go, yo, because, you know what I'm saying, Farnsworelli is doing this at this time, or Weapon Wheel Podcast is doing that. I think it's okay to say it, as long as that's not the basis of your thing.
I wasn't saying that they were trying to do it like intentionally or anything like that.
No, I get that.
And then as far as them blaming the engine,
right?
They made the engine. Like,
no.
DICE made the engine.
Agree.
So
I agree.
No one else knows how to use DICE. DICE's Frostbite more than DICE. How are you gonna blame the company that made the actual engine that they can't use their actual engine?
But I think sometimes what it is like you have to have. You're in the midst of making this game, right? You're in the midst of producing this game. Sometimes the real conversations maybe don't happen where you have to step back from it for a moment, right? Because you have your head down, you're making the game. Like Ariel was talking about earlier, like sometimes he made this game kind of head down. He didn't have any help. So you aren't seeing other perspectives while you're making the game, right? So you're not you're so entrenched in it that you're not seeing the errors that you're making, right? So acknowledging that in an internal meeting to me is the most honest you can be. Like, it was like, yo, the fact of the matter is Halo ain't helped the situation at all, because even though we came out and we weren't the greatest if we were the only ones out there,
right,
they would have been playing our game and nothing else.
Yeah, I get it.
I think when it comes to me, it's like, look, they're the responsible for what happened about
They are, but they're
the
owning it.
one-
I think
They're
you're
owning
missing
it.
the
Well,
part
no,
that they're
I'm
owning
not
it.
saying, I'm talking about just the Battlefield scenario in general, not
Yeah.
like really the statements. It's like, look, like at the end of the day, I can't really like maybe DICE. I'm just starting to be on that. Someone else needs to be in charge of Battlefield.
Well,
like,
that's why they got Vince in there. To your point,
because
To your
I mean,
point.
hopefully Vince will do stuff, but Vince has got a lot of stuff. He's got a lot of things he's got overseer, and it's like hopefully Vince will be able to get that studio straight. But I'm at that point where I was with 343. Like, you had another like the difference between this and Halo
right?
is I feel like this game, Halo actually succeeded in some ways. This game did. Like, this might be one of the biggest flops that DICE has ever done. Like what they said. They said the it's like 1,000 live people playing on Steam at one time
numbers
this week.
are really, really bad.
Yeah, it's just like, no, man. Like at this point, you might need to figure something else out, or maybe get rid of the entire management because maybe that's the issue. DICE's management.
Wait.
Good.
Look. There's a certain point where you have to choose. You have to be a gamer who's mad about the game, or you want to be a commenter on the industry. And that's why I brought up that earlier point, saying we have to understand the developer's perspective to a certain point about why things happen, right? That's all I'm saying. We can't hop back and forth and say, yo, the game is broken, I don't like it, and they should have did X, Y, and Z with development. They should have pushed it back. They should have did this as far as like industry stuff.
Okay.
We like not just this podcast, but the chat, but all gamers in general need to pick. Do you want to be grown-ups and have real conversations and figure out why things happen and give constructive feedback so that the change that you want actually happens?
That's a good point.
Or do you want to be mad?
I mean,
both are
they
valid.
made that adjustment though. There's no campaign. They ripped the campaign off and still delivered a buggy game. I can't give them any slack at all.
I can sit here and judge your podcast and say X, Y, and Z is wrong, and that you have so many viewers, so you need to be doing this or you need to be doing that. But in real life, there's things that come up. There's things that happen that you have to kind of understand. I'm just asking for people to understand that developers are real people and games have bugs. And people make mistakes, and if you don't like it, don't buy it. I'm not telling you.
But
you
this
need to
isn't just
forgive
one
them.
game, Ariel. They did this with Battlefield 5 too. This isn't just one entry in the franchise. It's been downspiraling for decades.
I get that, but I think the comment that you made about how they took out the single player, it almost feels like you're assuming that they had less work to do. So why is the game still buggy?
If they took a single player game out, it would have less work to do. It had less work than putting
they lost people?
Than doing a campaign in Battlefield 5. So to me, if they took the campaign out that was in Battlefield 5,
I understand your point,
and I can't assume they have more work.
But Attic, here's the thing: we got to be real, and this is the part we have to be clear. We are not in the building.
And
we're not in the building.
Fine.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. We're not in the building. That's like me telling you I know everything that's going on in your house. That's like me telling you I know why you was on the mic 5 minutes ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's that kind of thing, and we got to be careful. That part, I'm not giving nobody no passes. As a consumer, it's up to us. Like, yo, I love the Battlefield franchise. I personally feel it's on a decline. I'm not supporting it until it gets back, and I'm with you there. I'm with you there on a consumer level. But at the same time, we got to be careful of saying like, yo, they should have and all they had to do kind of stuff, because we don't know what's in the building. We can only go by what's reported,
but
right?
All I'm saying is we did the same thing with Halo. Halo's doing this, Halo's doing that. We're saying, maybe Bonnie Ross isn't the right fit for it. We were saying all this. I got to keep the same energy. I love Battlefield. I have not been part of this franchise in a couple friends. And until they show me improvement,
that's fine.
Why should I assume that DICE is
that's
the
fine.
best fit for Battlefield?
Nothing
and to
wrong
try
with
to tell me that I can't have an opinion because
I'm
not
it's not about not having an opinion. It's not having an opinion. It's good.
No, it's not that. It's about like Ariel said, making the distinction about being mad and be like, I'm mad, I'm not messing with them, and equating that to X, Y, and Z that you believe they need to do. So it's like it can't be both. You can't have it both ways, right? You have to. You can be mad.
This entire podcast about us giving our opinion on stuff that we don't know nothing about.
But
we did it with Call of Duty. We do it with all
right.
This
But
stuff.
you have a dev telling you that it's a lot more gray than you're kind of making it seem.
Put it at this point. So that help you understand. Like, I used to go in. Like, I'm gonna give it simple. Remember we had Jason Ronald, right? And we like, yo, back compat program, this, that is fire. Okay. You know what I'm saying? You know I'm Rise Son of Rome all day. Rise Son of Rome, greatest 900p game of all time. Still got the pin from day one on the launch, right? So I'm like, yo, you got all these games. You bringing back this. You bringing back that. Where the hell is my Rise? So all you got to do, like, you know what I'm saying?
All
like,
you got to do.
Right.
Yeah, it's very easy to say
like,
that. Yeah,
why is these joints not happening, right? And then I had wait, hold on, let me finish. And then I had the tough conversation with him one time, right? Like, all right, help me explain, because it doesn't make any sense. Like, y'all drop, in my opinion, I felt they're dropping the ball on this, right? So he goes, look, this is what it is. And I can talk it now, it's public record now, but this was back then, right? And he's like, look, there are times when we go through these games and we sift through all the code, and the game was 99% running. But the 1% on the final boss at the last level broke the game, right? And as a result, we can't add your favorite game or your favorite feature to this thing. I used to have conversations about Quick Resume. Yo, fam, how are you talking Quick Resume and Title X don't have it? And it just came out. And you supposed to be. Because I'm thinking, yo, what's going on? Y'all dropping the ball. So sometimes it is all AerialKnight saying, it's okay to criticize. We do this every podcast. You're right, Addict. I'm not coming for you. All I'm saying,
I'm not lying, man. I wasn't feeling that. Like, I really wasn't. Like, it's just like we give our opinion on everything.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me finish though, because I'll let you talk. You could give your opinion, but if you don't know what's going on in the room when new information is presented, you're gonna get upset. You can't have it both ways. If there's information you don't know and then it's presented to you, it's okay to have a change of opinion. It's not like we're going back on our word. You can't act like you know everything that's going on. That's all I'm trying to say in the room.
All I said was, from what's been going on in the industry and what's been going on with Battlefield, because it's not one game, it's not two games, it's 3 games, because people didn't like Battlefield 1.
Right.
All I said was maybe the management at DICE, maybe that needs to be replaced. I wasn't saying that I know what's going behind closed doors. I wasn't saying that I know if they're having ups and downs. All I suggested was, okay, maybe they need to get rid of the management, because we've seen with scenarios like BioWare that it is sometimes the management that gets stuff.
Absolutely.
That's all I mentioned.
Nobody got jump. Stop it. Stop with that whole thing. The whole thing, and all we're saying is, if we have DICE on and they tell us, yo, this is what was going on, but that's all I'm saying. We don't know. So stop acting like we know what's going on in the room. That's all I'm trying to say.
All we're saying is that the reality is more nuanced than that.
100%. It's not, everything is not black and white. There is sometimes gray in life. There's sometimes you don't have the information.
It's just a debate back and forth. Listen, we have an opinion. We're trying to convince you of that opinion, and you're not feeling it, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, nobody's telling you your opinion's wrong.
I'm not telling you.
We're just telling you our perspective on it. That's it. Nobody's told you your opinion's wrong. Like, you feel how you want to feel. We just countered that feeling with our feelings. That's it.
I was just trying to bring in some context from people who's being brought up who not in the room. Like, their point of, like, you know, like, people from EA. I don't work at EA. I don't know anything about their development. But, you know, if we're going to talk about them and talk about, you know, what they should have did and shouldn't have did, we got to bring the context that we don't know.
That's all I was saying. That's all I was saying. I'm just saying, like, and it's not wrong to have an opinion and to be upset and say, yo, I'm not supporting the game because I see a downward trend. No one is not saying that. All I'm saying, there are cases that come out, then you go, oh, wow, I didn't know this was also going on as to why expectations weren't met or whatever. I'm not saying that's the case. And sometimes people need to be fired. Sometimes people need to go. I'm just saying, let's just get full context before we make definitive statements all the time. And everyone has the right to have their opinion. But look, we're going to move on because it's getting messy. I don't want to keep on with this. Super chats and last topic, and then let's go.
All right, cool. So, super chats. Let me run back a little bit. We don't have that many. Rubber knob. The rubber knob. $5 for chat. On a different note, does anyone else think of the Hokey Pokey song every time they hear Sony Boss Hiroki Totoki name mentioned? You're on another level, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. Then we have Avantis with the $7.77 super chat. Saladin and many more are waiting for all the Iron Lords in the launch of Witch Queen. Sorry, sir, I will not be there. Much love as always to the ILP crew in chat. Then we got Cypher Poe 192, £5 super chat. EA releasing the game in this state is shocking. They make bank from microtransactions, so releasing a game like this is either negligence or greed. Again, an opinion. Like rubber knob, $100 super chat. Thank you, sir. Oh no, I'm gonna have to sing this, am I? You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out, you put your right foot in, and you shake it all about. You do the Hiroki Totoki, and you turn yourself around, and that's what it's all about. Do the Hiroki Totoki.
Yo, they ridiculous.
Wow, why did I have to read that? Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Dragonheart Yobi, $10 super chat. Do you think we will ever get back to the point where investors will back off their dev teams and let them cook up and release games when they're ready? Let the dev pick the release date upon completion. So again, that's an assumption I'm making on my part that the boardroom has too much influence on devs. So if I ask Ariel do you think that's a reality, Ariel?
Oh, I have no clue.
All right, so that's it. We are caught up. Next, final topic.
No doubt. Let's get it. Final joint. Hold on, before we move on, because clearly we got to clear the air. There's a little tension. All right, here's the thing. We are going to have this podcast, and we are going to agree, and we're going to disagree on a lot of topics we're passionate about. Me and Attic have gone through this a lot, and that's still my brother, and there ain't no beef like that. You know, there's times when he's made points like this, and I've come back to him and said, you know what? You was right. I was wrong about that. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is, in this particular case, in my opinion, we don't know the information. You know what I mean? I'm on I want to get the information. In his opinion, he's like, yo, I'm not feeling that. He's like, I'm not hearing for the excuses. I'm not, and that's okay too. So it's not about me suppressing that. I just wanted to give the other side because I felt the other side doesn't get enough talk. And that's what I was trying to convey. But as far as me and Attic, that's my bro. You know what I'm saying? So we're not going to do this whole splitting up the podcast. That's not happening.
No, it's not that serious.
That's not. It's just passion. We love what we talk about.
You ain't got me there, man. I'd left the podcast if you got me there.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
You'd see my window just leave.
Hey, listen, you know how what's funny is how intense we've gone at each other. And then other times we come back to the other one and be like, yo, you was right about that. We just got to see how that particular situation play out. That's all.
Exactly. And I don't know, man. All this talk, see, I see talking to chat like, nah, it's condescending.
It's
bro,
cool. It's cool.
Like we're here to either agree or disagree.
That's what public discourse is.
That's what public discourse is. And we're not always going to agree, and we're going to be passionate about it. And at the end of the day, it's always still love. I listen. Go find another podcast
that's going to have them. Exactly.
They're not going to have people cursing each other out after that type of discourse. It's just not going to happen. So
no doubt. So that's what I wanted to say. So let's move on. All right, last one. This will be quick. Capcom's got a website up. Countdown right now at 8 hours. Capcom Games, Capcom-games.com. A lot of rumor in the street. Shout out to Jeff Grubb Snacks. He put this out according to VentureBeat. He's saying it is potentially Street Fighter 6. So one, I want to bring this to the round table. You know, what do you guys think? If it is Street Fighter, are you excited for that? And then I do have a second question, which is a little controversial, a little spicy one. Since we continuing the spice today, it's been a spicy podcast. Street Fighter 5, if it was exclusive to PlayStation. So if it is Street Fighter 6, how are we feeling if it will continue to be exclusive or multi-plat? So let's start with Neil, and then we get the realm in.
Oh, I don't really like exclusive stuff. So, yeah, you know, I ain't really got an opinion.
No doubt. All right, so you okay? So either way, you fine, whatever. Yeah. So you hype for Street Fighter or no? If you were hoping it's something else.
Yeah. And, you know, fighting games ain't really, you know, where I'm at right now. Sometimes I'd be like all in the fighting games, like, you know, it really depends on my mood. But, you know, I like Street Fighter. I like the art style a lot.
Yeah, no doubt. Attic, what's up, man? Well, this is a big hot one. Street Fighter 5 was exclusive to PlayStation. We always tend to bring that up and get some backlash sometimes. And then we have this rumor that Grub, whose track record is pretty strong, that is staying in Street Fighter 6 in this countdown. What are your thoughts, sir?
If it's Street Fighter, I'll be disappointed. I'm gonna be real with you. I want it to be Resident Evil. That if I feel like if it was Street Fighter, they might do it at a different outlet. But then again, if Street Fighter is not exclusive, the only place you could do it's like Evo, and Sony owns Evo now. So if Street Fighter's not, they might let them announce that if it's a multi-plat. But I feel like I don't know. Part of me feels like it's Resident Evil, but then Jeff Grubb comes out and says it's Street Fighter. Like maybe it's both. Maybe it's like an actual like direct kind of thing, and it's not just one game. I don't know. Or maybe it's Microsoft announced they bought Capcom. I don't know. Like no clue what's going on, man. But regardless what it is, if it's Resident Evil, I'm gonna be excited. If it's Street Fighter, I'm sure a lot of head-to-head fighters are gonna be excited for that, because I know the head-to-head fighting market, the fighter market in general, don't get a whole lot of play. They get games like we think like at least when I enjoy something, like I could play like Fell Cell Arbiter, Star Renegades. Like there's a lot of genres that I love and adore that I could play indies. But when it comes to fighters, even in the indie market, that's like far in between, like actual balanced, good fighting games. So I hope it's a fighter, man. I hope it's Street Fighter. I want it to be Resident Evil because I'm selfish and that's what I want. But like I wouldn't get mad if it was Street Fighter, because I know a lot of people like that. I know K Mega would go crazy over that. Crazy. I know they want that game, so let them have that. You know, it'd be interesting.
What's up?
If it's something different, and Microsoft have them make a Killer Instinct, and they announce that instead. Because it's like Street Fighter's a big deal, so I think they would go to this kind of degree for it. When is it officially launched? Like when's the?
All right, looking at the website right now, Capcom-games.com. Looks like after the refresh, it is 8 hours. In 8 hours, they are going to reveal this. So I'm assuming at midnight, right?
So midnight for us.
Yeah, midnight for us, Eastern. They are going to reveal something on this website that they are clearly promoting.
And it's like I said, man, I don't really care what it is. I probably won't play Resident Evil day one anyway. It just depends. It depends what comes out that day. You know, Elden Ring, that's around. Kind of want to dip my toes in that.
No doubt.
I don't know what's gonna come. Because games come out so frequently now. I'm all about when stuff coming out, not necessarily what it is. Like you got obviously genres that I love the most, like turn-based games, grid-based turn-based games, RPGs in general. Some action adventure games, not many. Those games come out, they take priority. But for the most part, if it's Street Fighter, I just hope it's not an exclusive. That's all. It's like, 'cause I ain't going to play it. And to be honest with you, I don't even care if it's exclusive. But I know a lot of people that really enjoy that brand. And Street Fighter is one of those things where when I look at Street Fighter, I don't see an exclusive brand, but people buy it as an exclusive title. And I hope that isn't the case this time. Someone said maybe $70.
I mean, I ain't buying it,
so.
He says it's gonna be 70. I'm done.
I ain't buying it, so it could be 80, 90. It wouldn't bother me. Someone said maybe a Lost Planet or a Dead Rising. I mean, it's it'd be crazy if we say all of this and it's none of it.
Yeah. We're gonna be interested, Soft. What's your thoughts, Street Fighter? What's up?
I'm kind of with Addict, man. Where I hope it is kind of more of a direct and it's multiple things and not just one thing. Because again, like they mentioned, those franchises that haven't seen the light of day for a long time, like you bring something back that we haven't seen for a while. I'd love to see a Lost Planet, in a brand new engine looking real nice. So when it comes to the Street Fighter thing, though, again, we're living in very strange times. If you tell me they were announcing Street Fighter 6 after Street Fighter 5 being exclusive on PlayStation, if you told me that a couple of months ago. With them, owning Evo or whatnot, I would have said it's probably exclusive because, again, they're making PlayStation the place to go to play fighting games. That is a fighting game.
They're definitely disappointed, for sure.
Right. So that's kind of still stands. But then when you look at how the world has changed, and Bungie's games are gonna be everywhere, and they're gonna be like I said this last week. I said these are unprecedented times, and any game to me that requires an audience, that requires a community around it, a huge community to be truly successful, I think it only makes business sense to put it everywhere that you can.
Right.
So if it's exclusive and if it's Street Fighter and it's exclusive, I would be surprised. I just think Street Fighter 5 was limited on the PlayStation 5. I never really saw that making a lot of sense.
That bag makes sense.
The bag made sense. But that's what in your words, I would call that not the best bag to have.
Not every bag is because
are
we applied it to quality with that?
Might have been.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I think that's back when Capcom wasn't the greatest financially, because I know they've been doing a lot better recently. So, maybe that wasn't the bag they wanted, but that was the bag they needed.
They needed
like
to take.
It's
like the Dark Knight. It's like it's the bag we need right now.
And maybe now, since they're in a lot better place financially, when Sony hits them with that, they're like, you can put another 0 on that, or you can walk out the front door right now.
Exactly. So to me, like I don't know, man. Whatever it is, something new from Capcom, like Addict said, they've turned it around in a big way. The past 5-6 years, with the success of Monster Hunter, Res Evil coming back in a big way. So I'm excited for where it goes, because Street Fighter 5 to me, quality-wise, was fantastic, but there was something about a lot of new characters weren't hitting. It had the Street Fighter 3 vibe where a lot of new characters weren't hitting the way people want that to hit.
Right.
I honestly would love an Alpha 4.
Oh,
give me Alpha 4.
They talking rival schools too.
Or you never know, a Marvel versus.
Then you got to look at when they announce big titles, they try to do a little bit close to a fair time zone that gets the core audiences that game's going to apply to. The fact that this comes out at midnight in the States and maybe 10 on the East Coast, maybe it's something that for Japan, for the Eastern side of the world, maybe it's not even for us. Maybe because at the end of the day, it's kind of like when they do E3, they always try to make sure, when Sony goes, they try to go later on in the day to make sure that they're at least in the same time zone or not mad late. But they it's gonna be midnight on the East Coast in America. Let's throw it on there.
They're not gonna care about this.
So maybe it isn't anything we're talking about. It could be a rebrand in the company for all we know.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta see. I think shout out to Jeff Grubb, usually on the money with this. So when I saw that, I was like, he out there with his chest out. He's saying it's Street Fighter 6, definitely. He ain't even. I'm like, okay.
Usually when he has his chest out, he's right.
Yeah, he usually. So I ain't going to usually go against him with this one, but I just find it interesting because I didn't get a chance to research how Street Fighter 5 did financially for them. We know they got a bag up front, the exclusivity. And then the game, I know it improved. It kind of was rocky as far as certain things, feature-wise and character-wise in the beginning. But then I heard it just continue, improve. And now, are they in a position where they go, you know what? Let's spread this out. I am very curious if this is multi-plat or not. That's why I want to say. To me, it's not going to bother me either way because I have the PlayStation. I'm going to pick it up. So if it's over there, like I did with 5. But I am curious because Sony is committed to fighting, right? They are committed to Evo. They bought them, and that's the only thing I really want Xbox to improve on. I really feel what is going on? I talk about #JustOne a lot, but where are the fighters, dog? Killer Instinct. I'm not even a Killer Instinct guy, and I feel like Killer Instinct need to get some love, and why is not a studio attached to that? We talked about WB with the acquisitions and stuff like that, and I feel that would be great because NetherRealm is in that building. That helps, secure that need. So I'm all about plugging holes in needs. And for me, Xbox always, it's been the fighting, the #JustOne type games, and then to me, you obviously Japanese game, you got all your bases covered. I'm good. You ain't gonna hear Card complain no more. You know what I'm saying? That's just me, pie in the sky fan. This is all draft picks kind of thing. But yeah, I'm very curious. Guys,
so I'm looking at the numbers, and so apparently, as of September or November last year, they were only about 300,000 units short of being the number one selling Street Fighter game ever.
Wow. So they doing well.
3 million.
They doing well on one platform then.
And PC.
But then you got to look at it from we've seen throughout the years franchises that was back in like the 90s and stuff, like they've doubled, tripled, quadrupled their old numbers because of how much the audience has grown over the years. So maybe that doesn't meet their numbers.
And now see, there's a caveat also. Street Fighter 5, they did 3 editions of that: the arcade edition, and like the
ultimate edition.
Right.
Super Deluxe.
So whereas for the older games that went through all those revisions, they have them all separately as separate SKUs, whereas all those sales numbers for all those different versions of Street Fighter 5 are all together.
And then you got to look at, there's one thing for that success, but then there's internal expectation as far as what they themselves thought Street Fighter could do. We don't know what that is. So in their mind, because like how Activision said to Bungie one time, like, yo, you sold billions upon millions, but you ain't reach our expectations. You know what I mean? So we don't know what's in the building. But anyway, look, I'm down to see what's going on. I want to see how it looks, and I'm definitely for the fighting community. So I'm about it. I want to see what's going on, exclusive or not. But that is all I got. So I'm going to get the super chats, and then we get up out of here. I'll just read this poll. I could get the poll now, and then you can do it, or what you want to do?
Yeah, we just got a few. That's it.
Okay, cool.
Actually, no, we got like 2. We got Jigga J, member for 8 months. Thank you, sir. Addict, are you reviewing Elden Ring?
Unfortunately, not. Couldn't get a code, man. Couldn't get a code.
I mean,
but I will be reviewing it. It'll just, that game's long, you guys. Like, you have to bear with me. It would probably take me a week, maybe 2 weeks to review that game.
I mean, next week, the Iron Bank will provide. Addict will have his copy. And Attic will have his copy, and I'm gonna have mine as well. So we will definitely have impressions next Sunday. I know a lot of people. I know people are not allowed to say the game that they're playing, but yeah, I'm assuming a lot of people are playing.
Right now, I ain't playing it, so I can say I'm not playing.
Yeah. So we'll have our impressions come next Sunday. Definitely.
No doubt.
And then the last super chat, Graham C, $5 super chat. There's no excuse for releasing a game like that. In quotes, is an opinion. In quotes as well, no campaign equals less work is an assumption. 2 different things, all up though.
Again? No, look, when it comes to that, like, there's no beef. There's no attacking. If you think that's bad, don't listen to our rage.
Don't listen to our rage, bro. Like, we come at each other like killers.
I just learned when me and Carl get into it, like, I keep quiet.
Yeah, we gotta both go to our corners, and then we come back with and we go. Ain't worry about that.
One more. Splendiferous, $2 super chat. Xbox should SHUD bring back deadly.
Why you gotta call out the spelling though? Damn.
Because it was purposeful. It's purposeful. You know.
Ridiculous.
Bring back BAK.
Oh
deadly
my
moves
God.
from Sega Genesis. Shout out to Splendiferous.
You going for the
and by the way, guys, you know that shirt that you guys
the 10K.
Some of you harass King with. See the shirt.
That 10K. Let's drip. Yep. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. No doubt. What else? We got everything?
Nah, we're good.
All right. Last poll. With the release and mostly positive review reception of Horizon Forbidden West, who do you rank as PlayStation Studios' top game developer? The choices are Guerrilla Games. Are they back in the mix? B, Naughty Dog. C, Insomniac. Or D, I don't care. It's all about that organic growth and Bungie. Shout out to all those who rock.
That's going to win, man.
You already know the Bessie Lord's going to be in the...
I kind of wish you would have put an actual studio there because I'm curious what people
part of me, probably like feeling should have left it out.
Maybe you should just change that now because we all know they're going to go for that. Almost guarantee a lot of our audience is Xbox.
The problem is already got it. It's going to go up. Yeah. He already got it. Next time. We'll do another one because we always have fun with D. But yo, salute. But of course, the legendary
they
Neil.
Already saying organic.
They already being messaged. Neil Joe, AerialKnightNeverYield. The update rock with us for 4+ hours. Saw Lords fight, cry, spicy chats, panels, and everything.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man.
I appreciate you, brother. Very proud of you, of your journey. What's going on? To see you put the update out, and like I said, I'm always gonna salute. Diversity in gaming. I know that was another spicy topic today. Just talk about that. But I'm proud of you, brother. And to see your journey not end and to see whatever you come up with next, we want to support you. Where can find you? What you got going on?
Yeah, just Twitter, AerialKnight. But if you want social support, check out the game. Leave a review if you like it, or if you hate it, if you like it, whatever. Just let me know what you think. I take all the real critiques and feedback. You know, I love to hear it.
Yeah, no doubt. We're gonna put that up in the chat right now. So for those who missed it earlier, and we'll also do a little outro with it, so y'all can get a feel of the vibe for those that came in late. So stay around. That's his website. At all platforms, y'all. We on Steam, we on Epic, we on Switch, we on Games with Gold, we on PlayStation. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all call me a fanboy, but I'm on everything.
Nah, because they see, you know what it is? You was commenting on Horizon, and they say that with the hoodie. They said the hoodie. They say bought and sold. He got the hoodie. They calling me Metacom. They definitely saying that you got a bag down from Sony.
It's like I was given advice like 2 years ago. It's like because I used to let people call me like an Xbox fanboy and stuff like that. It's because I made positive Xbox videos, and they're like, you can't do that because if you're an influencer, you don't want to dig yourself in the ground as just an Xbox person. But if you let people call you that, they're going to insist that they can't take your opinion on anything else valid. So I started going against it, man. People don't like that. People want you to just let people.
Yeah, that don't work on me though, because they can buy my stuff on whatever. I literally don't care.
Well, see, you're selling games. I'm selling opinions. Like, it's kind of a difference.
That's a good point.
That's a good point. No doubt, man. Salute, brother.
But my hoodie's more about this being a dope hoodie than it being Sony.
I feel that. I'm just telling you how the logic is. Fanboy logic.
No, I got you.
They're gonna give you a nickname. They're gonna put. Let me stop. Anyway, BMS, yo, salute, man. Good to have you up in the realm. Lord Addict. It's been a while since we had a spicy one. I'm trying to think the last one we had.
It was about the Switch.
Switch, yes. Yeah, last one me and you were.
The hottest of topics.
That was a lot worse.
Yeah, the Switch and us was worse. We had to really back away from each other.
King had his steps in.
When King got to be the voice of reason between me and Addict, oh, you know.
Yeah, you know.
Salute. What's going on with you, bro?
You can find me on... Okay, just hear me out.
Oh,
hear me out. I am unsure if I will have an Addict show Tuesday. Okay, the Witch Queen drops on Tuesday.
Are you putting Destiny ahead of Addict?
I can't.
I might, man. I part of me feels like
too many
I owe it
Destiny
to
caveats
myself
going on.
to consume my Destiny drug. I don't know. We'll see. If something drastic happens Monday or Tuesday,
nah, son, you're supposed to make that show come out. We don't care about your personal Destiny love. You got to make the show. You just stop delaying our Addict show.
What's funny is I'm known for the Addict world. So if I'm that selfish, what makes you think I won't be selfish over my gaming time? But you know, we'll see. I'll probably end up doing it because it's like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's not like it's that long.
No doubt.
So stream Destiny 2. We will be. Let me point out that most likely I will be streaming the Witch Queen on Twitch, but then when the raid drops, we'll be streaming that on YouTube, so you guys can look in the messiness. Hopefully, it won't get serious. Now, I will say, don't expect that same type of
nicey nice, super
from,
positive
like,
energy in the raid when people messing up.
Because when we raid, it gets real.
Y'all thought this was something? Man, listen to us, Ray. We go crazy.
I've literally gotten into it with people in the community because I've kicked people from LFG because they weren't doing their job right. So, you know, it gets really, really, really toxic. And
as someone who doesn't play Destiny, watching them raid is an absolute joy. Because it's so much smoke.
You see the smoke. I told you to stand on the plate. I'm watching you. You did not stand on the plate and you didn't shoot.
You know what? It's really bad when I switch spots with someone so I can watch someone else.
And then did it get bad when you be like, yo, you know what's the worst? When you wipe. And then you see the damage numbers and who ain't doing enough DPS. Yo, Fred, what are you using? Why is the Gallahorn not on? What's going on? Why is your numbers low? Then it become a battle of
There's
doing.
There's nothing worse than hearing someone on the team say, "What you got? What you shooting with?"
Yo, you prepare for drama.
Day one raid is funny because that last raid, I remember when you guys had to go from platform to platform and you were blind and you didn't know where you had to go, and people were dying and falling off or going back to the beginning of the stage and didn't know where they were.
And then you got the person who's not honest, that they don't know what they're doing. And no, I knew it. I was where I said I was supposed to be.
No, buddy. Sin will be watching World first and then act like he knows that he's
he'd be like, all right, guys, I think we need to. And then Adam be like, yo, Sam, fair. Why are you looking at him?
You know what's funny? He's like, Will jump in there. You gotta find a glitch. We're not doing a
Oh,
glitch.
that was
Will.
a big, yeah, that was a big one. Scream, yeah, was Scream was like, yo, I got a glitch to get past this part. Nah, fair.
No, we gotta do this. We gotta do this.
Anyway, no doubt. So that's gonna be lit. Lord Soft, man, what you got going on?
Nah, big shout out to AerialKnight, man. Like I said, bro, I appreciate everything you're doing. Big shout out to you for the game. I love the game when it came out. I love to see it still being supported and again being brought up to the forefront in the community. And like I said before, also I love your candor. I love the fact that you're not afraid to say what you feel, because a lot of times they're conversations that many people are willing to have in a forum where everyone can say what they feel and everyone's opinion matters. And sometimes because the subject matter isn't, nice and, like my wife says, fuzzy and strawberry, like my wife says, things don't get addressed in the way that they're supposed to. And I appreciate the fact that you're always going to be forthcoming and honest in that regard. So again, big shout out to you, bro. We're always gonna support you, brother.
For sure. Always, man. Always gonna love it. And like I said, everybody else, please send I love the King, man. He wasn't feeling well at all. He had every intention to
King to miss.
For King to miss. Let me explain to y'all. Like, for King to miss.
HorizonForbiddenWest glitches.
Yup. He would have been about all the smoke. I would have been interested to get his take on certain topics. And then, he would have went in on the $10 thing and certain things, he feel. But, send him some love. He, like I said, his attendance is pretty much impeccable. So if he's not feeling well, I know I'm kind of under the weather myself. So, take care of yourself. Sometimes we got to shut it down. Solve has done it. Atticus hit me. And we all have this mentality. Like, look. Health is wealth, bro. We got to take care of ourselves. It don't mean killing yourself for the sake of the podcast. Because after this, I'm going to be taking some Dayquil and I'm shutting it down. I ain't doing nothing. You know what I mean? So look, send some love. Good to see y'all in the chat. Again, AerialKnight, the legend. Good to have him in the realm. Shout out to Mr. Bad Bitch. Shout out to Kiss Moon. Shout out to Gaming Forte, who pulled up last minute to hold us down for the King. Again, salute to the chat. It's always good to agree to disagree. Not telling you what you want to hear, what you need to hear. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. I'm going to let you get this promo. And we out. Peace.
We back. Back on the scene. Like they never seen before. I'm coming clean 16s when I go for broke. 16 like the ceiling gon' overload. Trying to get by me, don't know the code. I'm in a whole nother league, thought I told you so. Go for gold. Every time I'm on the track, no rear view mirror, so I can't look back. I will not lose. Detonate every time I blow the fuse. Never running out of soul, no shoes intact. The fact is, I pay my dues. Came to collect, pay your respect. Made for the crown, they came for the check. Come correct whenever you see me. Tell me what's next, and that's where I'll be. We back at it.
Go.
We live?
We live.
Lord Metroid, $2 super chat at the last minute. Street Fighter 2 with the Lords and members. Let's go. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Watch the channel again. Peace.
We back. Back on the scene. Like they never seen before. I'm coming clean 16s when I go for broke. 16 like the ceiling gon' overload. Trying to get by me, don't know the code. I'm in a whole nother league, thought I told you so. Go for gold. Every time I'm on the track, no rear view mirror, so I can't look back. I will not lose. Detonate every time I blow the fuse. Never running out of soul, no shoes intact. The fact is, I pay my dues. Came to collect, pay your respect. Made for the crown, they came for the check. Come correct whenever you see me. Tell me what's next, and that's where I'll be. We back at it.